5:30 p.m. And I welcome each and every one of you to the regular business meeting of the Billings City Council. I'm going to call this meeting to order and ask you all to rise. We're going to say the pledge, and then please remain standing while Councilmember Kennedy gives the invocation. I pledge the flag of the United States of America, for which is God, indivisible. Please bow your heads. Heavenly Father, we come before you today seeking your wisdom, guidance, and peace. You are the source of all truth and justice, and we ask that you be present with us in this meeting. Grant to these council members and all gathered here the grace to listen with open hearts, to speak with charity and clarity, and to act with integrity and courage. In moments of disagreement, help us to remember our shared purpose, the good for all of our community and the dignity of every person. Lord, calm any unrest or division among us, replace frustration with patience and conflict with understanding. Help us to seek not our own will, but what is right and just. May your Holy Spirit guide us every decision made here today, so we may serve the common good and reflect your love and truth. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen. Amen. Will our clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Shaw.
Here.
Nicholson. Neese.
Present.
Pittman.
Here.
Aguirre.
Here.
Kennedy.
Here.
Aspenleiter. Lindley.
Here.
Boyette. O'Donnell.
Here.
Mayor Nelson.
Present. Thank you. Moves us to the minutes. March 27th, 2026 is still pending, but we have April 13th, 2026. And may I have a motion, please, to accept the minutes? Councilmember Boyette, a second anywhere? Councilmember Shaw, any discussion? All those in favor of accepting the minutes of April 13th, 2026, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Motion passes unanimously. Council courtesies. I see we have an elected representative in our audience, Representative Greg Oblander from House District 28th. Welcome, sir. Thank you for your service. Appreciate it. Councilmember Aspenleiter.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So most of you have probably noticed all the big silver medals over standing on the wall. It's a pleasure of mine to introduce the Billings All-Star Cheer Gym, the Rebel team. They compete at youth level 2, and they just took silver in the world cheer competitions in Orlando 2 weeks ago. Many of these girls also competed on the team last year that won gold at the world competitions down in Orlando. So I'm a big advocate of youth athletics and youth sports in our community, and I think we owe it to these successful teams that represent our city well, that go out and carry the Billings banner, not just in the state, but across the country. And so these are all girls that are 13 years or younger. They're coached by Abby Mulvaney and Peyton Romero. And they went undefeated this season until they took silver at the world competition. So what I wanted to do was have these girls come up and introduce themselves, give us your name and which school you go to in town. And then after that, come up front and we'll take a picture with the council. So you can just start a lineup at the podium. Chris, if you can help them with where they're going. And Coach, if you want to bring it up at the end and just say a little bit about your team, that would be awesome.
Casey, we can have one at each. Bring it down to you. Yeah, your school, your name, your school.
My name is Miley, and I'm from Lockwood Middle School.
My name is Skylar, and I'm from Castle Rock Middle School.
I'm Emma, and I go to Will James Middle School.
I'm Zoe, and I go to Ben Steele Middle School.
I'm Remy, and I go to St. Francis.
I'm Aubrey, and I go to Castle Rock.
I'm Julia, and I go to Broadwater.
I'm Savannah, I go to Madison Crow.
I'm Mia, and I go to Will James Middle School.
I'm Valentina, and I go to St. Francis Catholic Schools.
I'm Parker, and I go to Meadowlark Elementary.
I'm Coach Peyton.
And I'm Coach Abby.
Come on, right up here, really.
Here.
Keep coming. All the way back. We want Will James right in the middle, right here. We forgot to say no giggling.
In all honesty, Mayor, girls, thank you very much for the effort and the work that you put in, and thank you for representing our city the way that you did all year in competitions across the state and across the country, and representing, doing Billings well down in Worlds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aspenleiter. Hey, will the Vaishnava family come up, please? If I told anybody, while they're walking up, if I told anybody that I had an applicant who could converse about the American experiment, the revolution of the Articles of Confederation, the Civil War, Civil Rights Movement, the Act of 1964, our government as a republic, and the concept of federalism, separation of powers and the function of branches of government, and that they could speak about and converse about several Supreme Court cases, and had committed the articles and amendments of the Constitution to heart, they'd say, bring that applicant to me. And if I told you that the lady standing at the podium, Shri Vaishnava, where's your folks? Bring it, come on up, folks, was 12 years old and just won our civics bee, you'd be even more excited. So I'd like to present Shri Vaishnava, who will tell us a little bit about her civics bee and where she's going to go from here.
Hi, I'm Shri. I was a contestant in the National Civics Bee.
Shri, can you talk right into this?
Oh, sorry.
It moves a little bit, so you can move it.
Thank you. I'm Shri, and I was part of the Civics Bee. I was chosen from 20 contestants to come and present our ideas of an essay to 3 judges about ways to help our community. I chose the idea of helping underrepresented schools in competitions like the Civics Bee to be more incorporated in those sorts of competitions. I got to work with my dad and my mom to get there, and I'm very thankful for my teacher who gave me this opportunity, and thank you for all of you for inviting me up here. Thank you.
So where do you go next?
I will now go to a competition in Helena where I'll be with 9 other contestants, and the first place winner will go to Washington, D.C. to present their idea with 50 other contestants. Thank you.
Congratulations. Mr. and Mrs. Vaishnava. Would you like to come up and get your picture with us, please? And bring your teacher. Thank you, folks. Thank you for your hard work. It's appreciated. And we're proud to have folks like you living in our city. All right, we have 2 proclamations tonight, and I will read them both. Whereas this United States of America was founded on faith and trust in Almighty God, that all through our history, its citizens and leaders have called upon and worshiped God. And whereas the First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States of America allows us the freedom to exercise our right to gather and pray. And whereas President Harry S. Truman in 1952 signed a joint resolution of Congress establishing a National Day of Prayer, and in 1988, President Ronald Reagan set forth the first Thursday of every May to be the National Day of Prayer. And whereas the theme for the 75th National Day of Prayer is Glorify God among the nations, seeking Him in all generations, based on 1 Chronicles verse 16, when King David brought the Ark of the Covenant to Jerusalem. And whereas the right to worship as we choose was included by our founding fathers in the Bill of Rights to the U.S. Constitution and enshrined as they proclaimed our independence from England 250 years ago. Now, therefore, I, Mike Nelson, the mayor of Billings, Montana, the largest city in the state, do hereby proclaim May 7th, 2026, to be our National Day of Prayer in Billings, and I invite citizens to gather together on this day to pray in their homes, their neighborhoods, and their churches for our nation, for our people, and for our leaders. Secondly, whereas National Travel and Tourism Week was established in 1983, is an annual week-long celebration in May that underscores travel's essential role in driving our nation's economy, cultivating vibrant communities, and forging connections. And whereas Billings hosts 2.6 million visitors annually for business, medical needs, and leisure, generating an average of $621 million in spending at local businesses and accounting for 20.8% of the travelers to Montana. And whereas with 55 hotels, hundreds of restaurants, and numerous attractions, Billings is well equipped to host even more visitors, enhancing our city's reputation as a premier destination. And whereas tourism reduces the average tax burden for residents by over $680 per year, it supports 1 in 15 Montana workers and contributes $1.5 billion in direct employee compensation, 38,000 jobs, and $308 million in state and local taxes from non-resident visitors. And whereas tourism boosts Billings' economy, creates jobs, fosters community pride, and enhances our city's competitive edge, ensuring a vibrant community where people want to visit and live. And whereas, by supporting tourism, we invest in our future, ensuring that Billings continues to thrive as a premier destination in Montana and beyond. Now, therefore, I, Mike Nelson, Mayor of Billings, Montana, do hereby proclaim May 3rd to May 9th, 2026 as National Travel and Tourism Week in Billings, and I encourage all residents to recognize and celebrate the significant contributions of travel and tourism to our community. That was a long one. All right, we move to council reports. I think we'll start with Councilmember Aspenleiter.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. We're here tonight, a lot of us are here tonight, because a woman in our community is dead. Her name matters, Shauna Grove. Before her, it was Carrie Daly. Before her, it was Megan Strack. Before her, it was Jenna Moncada Lacombe. Before her, it was Melissa Darling and her son, William Darling, in 2022. In the past 24 months, we've seen 2 confirmed domestic violence deaths, homicides, and 2 homicides likely tied to domestic violence in our community. Law enforcement itself acknowledges, and we see it in the statistics in the reports every year. The 3 years that I've been on council now, domestic violence is the #1 driver of violent crime in our community. It's near 50% in our own statistics. This isn't rare anymore. It's not unpredictable. It's systemic in our community, and we don't talk about it. In nearly every domestic violence homicide, there were warning signs. There were prior threats and escalation. There were often points of system contact. These deaths aren't just crimes. They're missed intervention opportunities by our system and by our community. We have to get honest with ourselves about what we can change and what we can fix, the things that we can impact in our community, and some of the things that we can't. But we have to talk about them. One of the things we can impact is the way we train our staff and our officers. Oftentimes our training around domestic violence is limited. Some of that's budget constraints. That can't be the excuse anymore. They're classroom-based or online. It's not consistent scenario-based training, and it's not universally reinforced across all ranks within our police department. We need to change that, and we have to take a stand at some point to start making this matter. We need mandatory live scenario-based domestic violence training that reflects escalation patterns, that reflects coercive control, and that reflects and helps our officers and those in our system understand victim behavior under trauma. That's different. Training has to include every officer, supervisors, lieutenants, command staff, our chiefs, and our assistant chiefs, all levels throughout the system. Domestic violence isn't a routine call. These officers know that more than anybody. Those calls have the highest lethality risk to officers that they'll respond to in their career. Those are statistics across our country, and they're true in our own community. But that lethality is not just for the officer. That lethality risk also starts once the officer leaves that call for the victim in that case. So one of the things that I'm going to challenge my council members to do is to commit the budget to improve training. That's something we can do today. To improve the training, increase our training budgets, and specifically increase investment in domestic violence awareness throughout our system. We need to invest in live simulations. We need to invest in cross-agency training, and we need to invest in survivor-informed training models. These things exist. We don't have to create them. They're implemented in other places across the country, and they work. With training has to come accountability, though, and implementation. Training is not enough. We have to measure that, and we have to enforce it. So one of the things that I'm asking the chief for is a public and transparent plan from the police department that includes new training requirements, a review of the system that we have in place, I want reports on completion rates from all officers at all ranks, evaluation metrics to make sure that we are hitting the mark, and ongoing refresher standards. This isn't a once and done. If training is critical, so is accountability. And it's up to us to hold our leaders accountable. We can learn from other cities. Reducing domestic violence fatalities is being done in other cities. We don't need to recreate this wheel, but I'm asking our leadership, the city administrator and the chief of police, to look at what's working in other communities. Come back with a comparative analysis of what we're doing versus where things are being successful and we're seeing reductions in rates. We need tracking of high-risk offenders. We need dedicated DV units. We've got 2 domestic violence investigators. 2 years ago, we had 1. If this is the highest violent crime in our community, we got to do better, and we got to commit more resources. And we need stronger victim offender separation enforcement. So I'm asking for you to pull a comparative plan together. Develop a plan that can be implemented here. Develop a training standards program and come to me with a budget for it. We will find the money to make this happen because we can't keep doing what we're doing today. We're working on the Northern Lights Family Justice Center. This is a critical opportunity for intervention in our community, but it's only critical if we do it right. And I'm not convinced we're doing it right now. The structure of that matters. That's what we're working on. We've been working on it. We need to get it done. Funding stability for the Family Justice Center matters. And I think we have committed to you that we are willing to fund that facility. Coordination between agencies and nonprofits in this space has to happen. That is not happening now. This can't be another program. The Family Justice Center can't be another program. It can't just be another program under the umbrella of a nonprofit. It has to be the umbrella that all groups and organizations, including our own, come under. And it has to be the center pillar for us to change and break the cycle of generational violence. On the news, a lot of people talked about legal reform, that we're only doing what we can do within the law. That's a frustrating comment to me. I've spent 2 sessions in Helena working on Brody's Law. And the same people that got on the TV and talked about changing the laws so that this can work better were also the ones that killed Brody's Law. 2 sessions in a row in Helena. The Montana Domestic Violence Coalition killed Brody's Law. The YWCA killed Brody's Law. They worked against it. That can't happen. So we all have to be committed. And I'm asking for our city attorney, the city administrator, and the chief of police, if we have barriers legally that are holding us back, bring them to the legislative committee. There's a bunch of really smart people that are motivated and willing to work on legislative changes. We have great legislators in this city that are committed and have been committed to changing the law to improve the safety of our committee. Bring those things to us. I don't want to hear us talking about the barriers. Identify them so that we can start working on fixing them. That has to be our commitment. For our community, especially the men in our community, this isn't just a systemic issue, it's a community issue. We have a jail mill levy coming out. A big part of the reason that these guys are back on the street is because we don't have any room in the jail. Restraining orders don't work because you can't put them in jail for violation. Separation orders don't work because there's no room at the inn. So these guys are put right back out on the street to continue to violate, to continue to abuse. That mill levy is the single most important thing that we can do for community safety in our city. Nobody wants to pay more taxes, but there is no other way to give officers the tools that they need to put people in jail where they belong. We have to be committed as a community to talk about this, as uncomfortable as it is, to call out those who offend, to hold those accountable who lead our city. And we have to be committed as a council to fund it appropriately and to put the resources in place. If we don't do that, nothing will change. Those 4 women in the last 24 months, there'll be more. So I'm imploring us as a council, as a community, we have to be done talking. We have to start doing.
Thank you, Mr. Aspenleiter. Excuse me. I think Mr. Lindley had reserved some time also.
Thanks, Mayor. And I realize it's going to be a long night, but I do want to say a couple of things, not only in support of my ward mate, but more importantly in support of the women and the victims in this community. The city of Billings failed Shauna. We failed her. And we're failing other women in this community who are living in fear right now. This has to change. We have a moral responsibility to protect women from the predators who aim to harm them, and right now we are not meeting that. So I'm very specifically going to call for 2 things. First, evaluating our domestic violence protocols has to become this council's top priority. I'm calling for a special dedicated work session on this topic as soon as possible. If we all can take the time to talk about zoning, then we can take the time to protect the women in our community. Every part of the system needs to be on the table. How we train officers, how we respond to protection order violations, how we assess risk, how we coordinate with the courts on release decisions, and how we support victims. Other cities have figured out how to do this better. We can too, and we will. Second, we need a full accounting of every domestic violence fatality in Billings over the past 5 years. Once the legal process in Shauna's case concludes, the details of what happened need to be made public. The same goes for every woman before her whose life was ended this way. We cannot fix what we will not look at honestly. And we cannot ask this community to trust the system if we're not willing to show them where it broke. I want to be clear about something. The women in Billings who have told us for years that protection orders don't protect them, that police response is too slow, that the system is failing them, they were right. We owe them more than sympathy. We owe them action.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Aguirre?
Thank you. I give this message in honor and memory of Shauna Grove, and also to give a message of hope to other survivors. Shauna, unfortunately, was a victim, but the rest of us here today are survivors. Currently, I serve as director of Angeles Piazza Women's Drop-In Center and have worked with women in domestic violence for 15 years. I have seen firsthand how our women have endured domestic violence, and I have celebrated and stood in awe when they overcome it. I personally have experienced emotional abuse and have loved ones who have experienced physical abuse. In fact, all of you have too. You know someone. International statistics indicate that 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men have experienced abuse. When you think about that, think of how many folks are in this space today. How many of us have experienced abuse? We all know someone or are that someone who has experienced abuse. My message to you is this: you are not alone. You are so loved and so needed in this world. There are places you can go to get the services you need, such as support and education around domestic violence. A support system can help you see how you have been isolated, removed in proximity from your family and friends, so that your abuser can have full control over you. Does your abuser discourage you from pursuing higher education? From working at any kind of job? Does your abuser prohibit your access to your bank account? Does your abuser use your children to manipulate you into doing something you don't want to do? Domestic violence isn't just physical. It's also psychological, financial, emotional, and sexual. Educating yourself about the cycle of abuse can save your life and can even save your children's lives, because domestic violence affects them too. They know that when their caregivers are screaming at each other and physically attacking each other, it is very scary and very wrong. And statistics show that they have a very strong chance of growing up to be either a victim or an abuser. No one desires this for the future of their children. Reaching out can be very scary. You will have an inexplicable gap in your work history. You will be financially dependent on government programs to sustain you because your abuser holds all the cash. You will need a safe place to live, and you will need to get a job, and your kids may need to switch schools. All of these things are unfamiliar and scary. And I only say these things for the benefit of those who don't understand, why doesn't she just leave? But never forget, you are valued and you are needed. There are so many people in this world who want to and are able to help you. Please reach out to me, to a family member, to a friend, or to a local organization that is here to help you. You are not alone.
Thank you for that, Mr. Kennedy.
With my other hat, I run the Family Tree Nurturing Center. We have a child care full of children. We offer parenting classes. We offer supervised visits, home visits. A lot of our parenting classes do not have their children yet, and we try to unify the parents and the children. I wholeheartedly support this because I see those children day in and day out, and those children are going through the violence that's happening at home, the abuse that's happening at home, and they carry it on from generation to generation. So I wholeheartedly support that we go forward and that we start addressing this in the city of Billings. Thank you.
I didn't know Miss Grove. However, I'm obviously not over my loss, July 4th last year, to someone who was very dear to me and spent the next year with the survivors, her friends, and some of her family. This is an important subject, and I wholeheartedly support what's been said up here today. So I have a couple of little housekeeping items. First, Mr. Kukulski how long would it take staff to pull together the summaries that Mr. Lindley asked for?
Thanks. I don't have an exact timeline. We will certainly, we've got our tactical meeting each Tuesday morning. I would hope we're talking about a few days, not a few days, but not weeks either, to do it right, to give it the time and the information that's needed. I suspect in all these cases, we're dealing with extremely complex components of the criminal justice system that are not all within the city of Billings' control. That's not an excuse. Just saying the coordination is between the city, the county attorney's office, the state of Montana. So all three of those, to give you the information just on the city is not going to be a thorough report, because anything that's a felony has got to be worked in coordination with the county attorney's office. So we will need to work with them, certainly sense and understand the sense of urgency to immediately work with our city attorney and chief of police to at least start outlining, not sitting and waiting, even the outline of what that looks like and what the timetables look like to provide you with information.
Could we schedule a special work session within the next 10 days?
And you absolutely can, and we will report on everything that we have that's public information to that time.
Council be open to that? We'd like something along that lines in the next 10 days, maybe a lunch meeting that we could at least get an overview and begin to understand the complexities of the city side of it. I think that would be a good place to start if that's okay with the council. Thank you. Who here is to speak regarding this topic? Is anybody here for this tonight? I see 5 or 6 hands. Would the council be open to opening a special discussion session, not discussion session, but listening session right now? Move it up in the... Okay, so if you're here to speak about the domestic violence issue tonight, we'd like you to come up. You'll be allowed 3 minutes. Please give us your name and the ward or where you live, and tell us your story. Could you also please come stand in the aisle, make a line? I think everybody here wants to speak tonight, so in the interest of saving a little bit of time, lining up would help us. Thank you.
Good evening. You ready for me? First of all, I want to extend my deepest condolences to the victim's family, her friends, and our entire community.
Sorry,
I will.
I didn't mean to interrupt. Name and address, please.
Thank you. This is a devastating loss that affects far more than just those who knew her directly. My name is Sarah Hinkle. I'm a local business owner. I've lived in Billings for just over 15 years. I've owned businesses here for the last 8+. For the last 2.5 years, I've provided personal safety, situational awareness, violence prevention, self-defense, and firearms training to victims and survivors of domestic violence in our community. This training is provided free of charge to victims and survivors, and all other income generated from regular clients is donated to organizations or reinvested directly into additional victim and survivor training and support. This work comes both from professional experience and personal understanding of the trauma that violence has created in our community and in my life. What we're seeing in cases like this is the painful reality that protection orders, while important, are not physical barriers, which you know. A determined violent offender may still choose to offend regardless of laws, systems, or court orders in place. That does not diminish the value of those tools, but it does highlight their limits when used alone. That's why enforcement must be immediate, consistent, and decisive. Violations of protection orders must be met with swift action and meaningful consequences. Repeat violent offenders must be treated as the serious and ongoing threat that they are, And at the same time, victims must receive more than a document. They need consistent follow-up, real-time support, safety planning, emergency housing, advocacy, and coordinated resources that remain engaged long after an order is issued. In my work with survivors, I consistently see visible gaps in that follow-through. People describe feeling afraid, unsupported, and left without consistent contact or resources, even while the threat to them remains active. Many are actively seeking help through multiple avenues, and when they do not feel adequately supported or protected, they often seek out additional resources elsewhere simply to survive and stay safe. From their perspective, the danger does not pause just because a report has been filed or a court order has been granted. This community has to address those gaps directly. What I've seen is that people, when given training and practical tools, there's a shift from fear and isolation to confidence, capability, and a stronger belief in their ability to survive and preserve their life and the life of their loved ones while navigating whatever systems are available to them. Accountability and prevention cannot be passive. They require coordinated action between law enforcement, the courts, advocates, educators, and trained community resources working together with sustained commitment. I offer my services to this city, including training, consultation, program support for victim services, survivor education, and violence prevention initiatives. I will welcome the opportunity to contribute in any task force, working group, or coordinated community effort focused on improving safety and outcomes for victims on my time and on my dime. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much. And my condolences again to all her friends and family and our community.
Thank you. Folks, I'm sorry. We can't do applause. It's a free speech thing. Come on up.
Hello, my name is Lily Iamoni. I am a local Billings, Montana resident. I'm also the founder of the Montana Domestic Violence Railroad, and I'm a survivor myself. I come to you today because I have lived the system failures in Yellowstone County. November 15th of 2022, I was strangled by my partner. I went to call for help, and I was threatened by his family for calling for help, so I did not call for help. This led to my second strangulation on October 1st of 2023. At this point in time, I tried to call 911 for help, and I was wrongfully arrested. 36% of victims that call for help are the ones that get arrested. I'm a Black woman, so my bruises and markings had not shown up yet, and so I was wrongfully arrested, spent a night in Yellowstone County Jail. I OR'd out, and my whole entire life was changed after that. I've been in the court system for over 3 years, and it has just been a whirlwind. Post-separation abuse is real. It continues to go on because one wrong move from the Billings Police Department changed my whole entire life. I do not have protection. I have failed protection. I have asked for 2 protection orders, and they have both failed. A lot of training is lacking in this community. Attorneys need training, police officers need training, judges need training. I stand here and I created the Montana Domestic Violence Railroad because a lot of local resources cannot help enough. Domestic violence does not pick a specific demographic. People with money, people that are homeless, it does not pick a specific demographic. So many of us survivors are afraid to come forward. Just in the last 48 hours, I have had so many people across the state of Montana reach out to me for help. I have also given up my own home to house survivors of domestic violence and have had local judges send people to my house because it is a safe place. I stand here to help support whatever I can do as an advocate here locally in Billings, a survivor, and the founder of the Montana Domestic Violence Railroad to make change. It's not an if with these abusive men, it's the when. They will kill. I knew Carrie very well, and the person that took her from us also could have taken one of my best friends from me 10 years prior. Took him 10 years, but he ended up killing somebody. We need to bring awareness because we need to be more proactive. We know it's going to happen. We know what these men are capable of. I understand domestic violence goes both ways between male and female, but the statistics are proven over and over. It's the males that end up killing their partners. I have a 750% chance of being killed by my partner due to strangulation, even though I left him. 45% of homicides after we leave our abusers happen in the first year. I stand here to raise awareness, not just for Shauna and Carrie, support of the family, because we do not need to lose any other women to domestic violence in our community. Thank you.
Hello, I'm James Miller. I'm also a survivor. I've been in the court litigation for the last 3 years, and I think that needs a reform. I want to talk about the police. They've saved my life before. I think that there's too much focus going on to the police and a lack of their action because CPS could handle the 80% of CPS cases when the kids are removed as unwarranted. And just like Lily was talking about, that can be turned into abuse. And so I'm a family advocate. I appreciate the police and everything they do. They probably have the hardest job out of anyone here, so they don't think they get enough credibility. As far as training and involvement, what I've learned from narcissists that have their own platforms, and I've learned from survivors, and I've never been able to understand narcissism because it's the bystander effect. If you're in a city, either you're empathetic or you're narcissistic, and there's no really anything in between. You know, you can't be on the fence, and so you have to decide whether you're going to be empathetic or narcissistic, and if you're going to stand by and watch this go on. So I think that the police need to have actual victims come in and talk to them and explain how it is to be a victim. The abuse that I've encountered has just evolved into legal abuse. I've spent over $55,000 trying to get my daughter into a safe place. My order of protections are being denied. I had to make an abuse discovery with over 200 videos of absolutely terrorizing in my home of my daughter and myself, and it was dismissed, and I'm tired of not being heard, and I want more advocacy for men. There's nothing for men. I've called the Northern Life many times. I went to the YWCA. Instead of helping me, they told me to call the police, and then I was reprimanded by that. I called CPS many times. I was reprimanded and retaliated against by CPS. The GAL made herself unavailable to me. She interviewed my daughter with the abusive mother and the therapist that was manipulating her. My daughter still doesn't have freedom of choice because of her safety's at risk, and I need help myself. And so I want to be heard. There needs to be a reform in family law. In other states, they've completely abolished it because it's a closed system of attorneys, and I'm even being publicly slandered by opposing counsel on Facebook by a professional attorney. It's totally out of line. I was threatened if I disclosed the abuse that my kids would be taken away in a court of law. And so I think the police deserve more credit, and I think CPS needs to be responsible. I have 5 new laws right here into legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Come on up.
Hello, my name is Kinsey Miner.
Kinley, could you just pull that down? Thank you.
Sorry, I'm really nervous. My name is
Okay.
Kinsey Miner. Shauna was a childhood friend of mine. I am also considered what you would call considered a survivor. January 14, 2012, I no longer had to walk on eggshells. I no longer had to fear my family or I's safety was at risk. I no longer had to worry about saying something or acting wrongly in the eyes of a man that I chose to lay down with, have kids with, a man that I chose a lot of things with in the beginning until I was stuck in a vicious cycle of honeymoon stages. If you don't know what that means, consider yourself blessed, lucky. I don't care, it's real. There was times I seen so much of my blood after his episodes. I truly was scared I may not wake up the next day because it looked like there was so much. I remember one day when we went to check out of the hotel, he needed to make sure he told the front office that I had a bloody nose the night before, and that's why they would find blood-stained washcloths in the garbage. Truthfully, he beat the crap out of my head and my knee with brass knuckles. That is just a few details of so many instances. What saved not only my kids and I's life, but my 2 sisters and my mom, January 14, 2012, was a night of events that ended in a blaze of glory gunfight in my mother's living room between a Yellowstone County detention officer and my kids' dad. 19 gunshots total. After almost 5 years, the same night, he threatened to shoot my mom in the face. After 3 kids, bearing our daughter together, I could seriously go on and on about all the whys. But I was released from the cycle of his abuse. I ended up being incarcerated for almost 3 months following his death, for almost 3 years following his death. I still stand on this when I say I was more freer in prison than what I would have ever been out here with him on these streets, with him still alive. This man was a danger to society, and it was very well known. My family and friends were scared he was going to kill me. They even questioned if he had something to do with our daughter's death when she was almost 5 months old. Her death was ruled SIDS by the coroner, but for my family to ask that should speak volumes of what he truly was behind closed doors. Our court system needs to change. Shauna's family should not have to be here tonight. No family should have to be here tonight.
Come on up.
Hello, I'm Lauren West, and Shauna is my boyfriend's mom and my granddaughter's grandma, and her family shouldn't have to be here tonight because of the circumstances. We went to the police numerous times under the circumstances of what he was like stalking. He was nonstop harassing this family, and we went to the police so many times, and they just brushed it off and brushed it off. They let Tanner be around Shauna when there was a restraining order in place, and I believe that they really failed her because she would be here right now if they took action sooner. They should have taken action. He was supposed to be followed up after he got out of jail the first time, and he had 0 tracking. Just feel so bad for this family and this loss. I don't know what else to say.
Wish on a heart, she was my mom. She always told me, Tanner, growing up my whole life, she always told me Tanner was gonna kill her. My last meeting she had with her, I guess, attorney or whatever, she was crying, telling them Tanner's gonna kill me. She always knew it was gonna happen. It was just a matter of time. I called numerous times, called the cops, said, hey, Tanner's at this location. Oh, I'm so sorry. He's such a high risk. It's going to take us so long before we can even figure out how we're going to approach this property. It's like they didn't even want to catch him. And I feel like they just kind of let him kill my mom. And I hope this never happens again. I hope there's never another kid like me standing up here begging for change. I hope it happens. Devin, you can say, buddy.
Hello. Hello. Am I there? Hello. Okay. My name is Crystal Hattery. I was a coworker of Shauna's, and I knew her for a good 4 years. She was like second family to me. I really wasn't prepared to give a speech, but I'm here, and I'm just gonna speak from the heart, because I'm a woman first and a mother second, and it's really hard. I've had an abuser before, and he told me one day, he said, and it's always stuck with me ever since, he said, your fear is all I need. And that's what he had over Shauna, was her fear. And I just want to be another voice for her. Like I said, as a woman first, and as a mother second. She She's got 5 beautiful babies, and they're here. They're here. She's got sisters, she's got nieces, she's got nephews, friends, myself included, and she did not deserve this. And I hope moving forward that her name will not go down in vain, and her name will make changes, because that's exactly what we need, so we don't have kids who could say this, that their father killed their mother. It's not fair. They don't deserve it. Nobody deserves it. And I'm just, again, I've never done this before, but I'm here just saying it on my heart. Change does need to happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Madeline, 3390 Canyon Drive. I'm here in memory of Shauna, in honor of her surviving children and family, in spite of another terrible man. Dominica, you are very brave for being here. Time has barely passed since the world-stopping destruction of your beloved sister happened. And yet you immediately found an opportunity to say something publicly about the lack of support and violent result of Billings PD inaction. The energy of this moment for the Billings area women and domestic violence survivors is known. We keep each other safe. Today and again on Sunday, there will be a vigil, and we will raise our grief up together and form the bonds needed to fulfill the security needs of survivors and victims. Yes, we want and expect more from Billings PD, but I can only control my actions. I'd like to thank everyone who came to speak and be in solidarity with Shauna and her sister and her children. My favorite author, Octavia Butler, once wrote, "Everything you touch, you change. Everything you change changes you. The only lasting truth is change. The ripples of this moment will change our future, and it's already shaped all of us here today." I challenge City Council to fulfill the requests made by Aspenlighter and Lindley and the support of Aguirre and everyone else. We need to shape change.
My name is Abby Zeiler. I'm a Yellowstone County resident. I didn't know Shauna, but I'm so sorry for your family and what you're going through. This is 150% preventable.
Can you speak into the microphone there?
This is 150% preventable. We're living what they probably lived in the past a year ago. My daughter was attacked by her husband in December. He remained in jail for very few days, not even long enough for us to get a security system up. And he was back on the streets. He had a GPS monitor on his ankle. Several times we thought that we spotted him, and we did. It took 2 days for him to check the GPS to see if it was actually him that was lurking. And it was. And then a warrant's issued, and it's a couple more days before they're picked up. They get pissed off and released 24 hours later, and the cycle continues. Anytime we've called the police, they're right there, and I thank you all for that. I know that their job is dangerous too, but when you have someone that's threatened a life, pulled a gun, put their hands around your daughter's throat, squeezed, cut their air off, and threatened to bring a baby to lure your daughter, who finally made safety, out of her hiding place, 2 days here and 2 days there and 24 hours here is too much and not enough. It needs to be immediate. The GPS monitors that they want you to feel safe with are not in real time. Nobody gets an alert if that person is in your area or stalking you or looking through your windows or parked on a hill with binoculars. I don't know who needs to fix what, but it has to be fixed. It's fixable. I know that my daughter had called the police one time. She knew what had happened. had information about what had happened, and they said, I think you need to call the police in Roundup because that's where she works and he was violating there. The order was out of Billings. She finally gave up. She called Roundup. They said, call Billings. We called Billings. They said, call Roundup. She says multiple times, this is why people stay. This is why they never leave. This is why they end up dead. Nobody knows what to do. A phone call's made. Everybody from your dispatch that answers the 911 call to the officer that shows up to the person that is in the prosecutor's office, nobody should ever have to go find an answer to who we need to call.
Folks, I'm sorry. I understand you want to show support, but we can't have the clapping here. Just like we can't have booing either. So it's a fairness thing. We don't allow reaction to the comments. I apologize, but that's the way it's got to be. Go ahead, folks.
I just wanted to let you know what kind of person you're fighting for. Shauna was more to me than a friend. She was like a sister to me. And she's like, the way she loved, it was so big. The way she looked at her granddaughter in the eyes, the way she loved her son and would go out of town for his heart surgeries all the time, the way that she loved her grandma who passed away. And that she was everything to her. And Tanner got her at a very vulnerable time of her life. And I just want you to know that Tanner is not a good person at all. And that there's things he's done that's just not good. And Shauna, she's somebody she walks in the room and you're just like, she's like, hey guys. And she's just so amazing. And she's just a good person. And you're fighting for somebody that has so much love for so many people. And she loves her kids and her family. And she was like a second family to me, and she saved me through so much of my stuff and my own abuse. And to see her go through something like this and her family, it's just so unreal to me. I would just like to see just more action, acting quicker. Understand like there's a 24-hour or something about people disappearing, but like with somebody that's so dangerous and somebody that has done multiple things, like, and that is so violent, I just think that there should have been more action super quick. I'm like so sad and I'm just so angry and I just want something to be done. I want justice for Shauna, even though it's not gonna bring her back. Thank you.
Before you get started, Miss, for our records, could you please tell us your name?
Brittany Brown.
Thank you, Miss Brown.
Hello, my name is Danielle Rodriguez. As a domestic violence survivor myself, I feel like there is never any precautions put in place to protect us. You can file as many protection orders as you want to, but it doesn't ever stop them from coming for you. It doesn't ever stop them from breaking in your house. You can call as many times as you want. Sometimes the reaction to it is delayed. Sometimes you're waiting for hours for somebody to show up. So you gotta take measures into your hands and protect yourself and your children. Sometimes it's locking yourself behind a bathroom door, only to have it kicked in. Shauna was one of my very best friends, and I never would have wished that upon her. She had such a kind and pure, loving heart. She helped me out through my own issues, gave me a place to live when I had nowhere to go because I was in the middle of leaving somebody who was very abusive. She was a guardian angel just like her grandmother. She had the largest heart I have ever seen out of anybody. And I hope that Tanner gets his. I hope that he spends the rest of his life in that prison and never is released to ever harm anybody else ever again. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Parsons. I'm the niece of Shauna Hart, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of her kids because I'm the one who has to let them know every night that their mommy can't come back because she got hurt. I'm the one that has to let them sleep on my couch in my bedroom because they don't want to sleep alone. I'm the one that has to help Esper not cry because she doesn't understand why she's upset. She's just missing someone. And Tegan and Gunnar have been so full of wonder. They tell me, I'm still happy, Mom. But then at night when they miss her and stuff, they're like, can Mom come back? Why can't she come back? And I just have to tell them she can't. She wishes she could be here. She can't. And I just wish that, like, I didn't have to grow up with the idea that the police can't do much to help my family or anything because they failed my family. And those little boys and that girl and Cougar and Mason, they have to grow up with that idea too because we were failed. And there are plenty of families who are failed. And something needs to change. And thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Kelsey Kruger.
Could you please speak into the microphone?
My name is Kelsey Kruger. I'm absolutely terrified to be here today, but I feel like Shauna would be kind of mad if I didn't talk, as she was the sister that God let me choose in life. She helped me get out of my domestic violence situation about 3 years ago. When I had nowhere to go, I moved home. And if it wasn't for her, I would have probably still been in that same situation, and I don't know where I'd be today if I didn't have her. The system fails everybody. It's not just one, it's not just two, it's not just six, it's everybody. Those little boys, that little girl, their whole world was that woman. She had the biggest heart I've ever seen in my entire life, which is why I believe that her last name was Hart. I don't know much else to say other than she should be here today, not him.
Thank you, everybody, for your courage and your devotion to come up and speak and say the things you've said. I'm looking to put a little closure on this issue. I think we should take about a 10-minute break. We'll be on break for about 10 minutes. We'll all come back after that. Finish council reports. Are there any council reports for tonight?
Mayor, just for the sake of, we have so many other things going on, I will give a legislative report next meeting.
All right, great. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Budget and Finance this Wednesday from 9 to 11. I believe the TIF districts are up, and then I can't remember what else Andy put on the agenda, but I think we have 4 budgets to go through.
Okay. Budget Committee 9 to 11 this Wednesday. Thank you. Any other council reports? All right, administrator reports. Mr. Kukulski.
Yes, Mayor and Council. So first of all, we do have a valid protest for the petition this evening for zone change 1078. So what's that mean in practical terms? You need 7 out of 11, or actually 7 out of 10, because Councilmember Aspenleiter will be recusing himself. So that's critical. Reminder, we will be in this room several times over the next week to 10 days prior to the prior discussion. We've got budget work sessions both next Monday and Tuesday evening. Also, we have a strategic planning process. The staff side of that, reminder, is May 6th. Council and staff together with a bridge group who's helping us with the strategic plan. This is kind of step 1 in that. Core values, vision, mission, set up for the fall for the for your strategic plan on May 7th. That's all day. We have a special closed executive session. Will be held at noon this Thursday, April 30th, concerning the interim city administrator candidate evaluation and review. So that's noon on Thursday of this week. And last but not least, there was one, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I would imagine you'll step into you may start here and probably, step into the Rimrock conference room in executive session.
Great.
So yes, noon here, City Hall. So we can send out an invite. I'll have Juliet send an invite to you for your calendars. So you got noon this Thursday. You got next Monday, normal time and place for the meeting. Then the following day, Tuesday, Monday and Tuesday for budgets, as far as what will happen here in the next 8 days. And then last but not least, there's one ex parte communication that came in after 3 o'clock today for regular agenda item 6B, the zone change 1078. And Mayor and Council, that is all I have for announcements.
Just for clarification, for Tuesday's meetings at 5:30 also?
Yes. Yep, same. So we'll be in here 5:30 next Monday and Tuesday. You'll start here this Thursday, but probably slide over on the executive session to the conference room next door.
Very well, thank you. Okay, that moves us to public comment on non-public hearing agenda items. Those would be agenda items 1, 2A, 6C, 7C, and 8 only. You'll be required to sign in if you want to speak on those items. You'll be limited to 3 minutes.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Maybe suggest that if you're here to speak on the non-public hearing portions of the annexations and zonings, that is done during the public hearing portion of those items.
That's a great point. So, as Mr. Aspenleiter said, if there are items on the agenda that are coming later and there's a public hearing, you can save that. But we'll move to that part now. So if there's any public comment, please step forward.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jeff Kettleson. I live at 489 South 44th Street in Billings, and I'm a voting member of the public. Mr. Mayor, a point of ruling. I would like to speak on 1G, 1J, and also 2A. And I'm requesting 3 minutes per item or less.
No, sir, 3 minutes.
So I got to speak on all 3 of them in
Yes, sir.
3 minutes. Okay. We'll go to 2A. A couple of months ago, the Park District Board put forth a proposal to sell the parkland in a parking lot. The property was valued at well over $1 million. These properties were fully paid for assets of the city and owned by all the residents. At that time, it was revealed that the total cost to cut all the grass amounted to the insignificant amount of $13,000 per year. Councilmember Boyette, I specifically remember you stating at the Rimrock neighborhood meeting that you didn't care that an individual was already cutting the grass on a park, and the city needed a revenue stream to accomplish this forever. Tonight, the Park District is back in front of us again, seeking approval to build a building that does not have a dedicated revenue stream and will operate in the negative. The project put forth will not pay for itself and will require an individual, well, in this case, the City Tourism Bureau Improvement Board, to pitch in and try to make up for the revenue downfall. It doesn't, and it will not do that forever, Councilmember Boyette. If this proposal is approved as it's presented, it forces more debt upon the citizens. We don't need it. We need to protect and preserve and improve our assets that we have, our existing parkland. So, Councilmember Boyette, I ask you tonight to lead the charge, stand by your previous vocalized values, and express that you are not in favor of this. I do not support building of this building, and I don't support the memorandum of understanding to get the money to only temporary the revenue downfall. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kettleson. Hello.
Hi, I am Lori Cameron. I live at 1448 Bench Boulevard up in the Heights. Tonight I come to you because in 2015 we were notified of a special review impacting our private property. We worked with that developer to put into place features that were deleted as a new master plan and new owners took possession, and that was approved by the planning department. The private access has become significantly more dangerous due to sweeping away of the said features. My 3-year-old granddaughter thinks life is fun and everything's a game, loves to play chase. Our carport area is being made into a death trap for her. It will not be anyone else's family that is grieving that loss but us if something should happen to her. The quarters in this driveway are being made very tight, even to the point that we can't back out properly out of our carport. I just wanted to make this public statement. We were able to meet with the city planners and engineers today. They took notes. They're going to look into some of the concerns. It is a private drive and a private access, but the development behind us that has increased threefold does have ingress and egress. And I just want to jump in before it goes too far so that everybody's protected, anybody who walks in or drives into that area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Cameron.
Point of order, Your Honor. This is correct, not a time for items that are not on our agenda.
Correct.
Correct? Okay.
Thank you.
Hello, Council. My name is Rebecca Knoll. I live at 1109 Lewis Avenue. I'm here today to speak about item number 4 on your agenda, which is the disposition of the lot at 802 Yellowstone Avenue.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry to interrupt, but the time to speak to that would be at then. There'll be a public hearing right after that. We hear that item.
Oh,
That'd
okay.
be the
I'm
best time
sorry.
for you
I
to
was just
speak.
very confused about how you said this is the
Hey,
time
that's
for
okay.
public comment.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay. I'll be waiting.
Come on back.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Just to clarify, so if I have comments about a particular thing not on the agenda, this is the time to address it.
Nope.
No. Okay.
Nope, this would be agenda item.
I too was confused by what was coming across.
It's a long agenda.
I see that.
We all are, I think.
Been
a
there,
little.
done that.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank
All
you.
right, come on back. Any other public comment regarding non-public hearing agenda items 1, 2, 6C, 7C, or 8? Seeing none, I will move to the consent agenda. Do we have any separations?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Aspenleiter.
Yes, I'd like to separate agenda item 1J for purposes of recusal. My firm represents that developer.
Thank you. Any other separations? Mr. Neese?
1G for reason of separate voting.
All right, any other separations? Seeing none, may we have a motion, Mr. Neese?
I move to approve the items of the consent agenda as submitted with the exception of the item G and J is moved for separation.
Thank you.
Second.
Mr. Nichols beat you to it. Thank you. Second by Mr. Nichols. All those in favor of approval, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, that.
Mayor? Sorry, I just wanted to ask Councilmember Boyette if he wanted to talk about the donation for the library. He normally does that.
Mr. Boyette.
Thank you. I'm missing out on that. David and Nancy Myers, $1,000 for a donation to the purchase of library books. I applaud them for doing that. This is what it's all about, is helping the kids read books, and $1,000 goes a long way, so thank you very much, Mr. and Mrs. Myers.
I agree. Thank you very much, Mr. and Mrs. Myers. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Neese. Item 1J. Is there a motion to approve item 1J? Mr. Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we approve item 1J as read.
Do we have a second? Mr. Neese? Any discussion regarding item 1J? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor of approving item 1J, please say yes.
Yes.
Yes. All those opposed, please say no. That passed 10-1 with Council Member Aspenleiter recusing himself. Finally, item 1G. Do we have a motion regarding item 1G? Ms. Shaw beat you to it.
I move to approve item 1G.
Mr. Kennedy, would you like to second that?
I will second that, and then I will make another motion.
Go ahead, sir.
I would move we approve item G, the annual action plan, but we drop the foreclosure program and put the remainder money in the first-time homebuyer assistance.
I would second that.
All right, we have I guess that's a substitute motion, Mr. Kennedy, is just amended motion. Thank you. Amended motion.
Wait, I'm sorry, I'm confused. That was an amendment to the motion, right? So we need to vote first on the amendment and then the motion?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. So regarding the amendment, any discussion? Mr. Kennedy?
I would just say we've had a lot of opposition on the council on the foreclosure program and the expenses on it, and so it's better to remove that program, pass the budget, and then move the money into the first-time homebuyer assistance program, which will help more people.
Thank you. Mr. Neese?
Yeah, I think over the years, this program has really competed with the private sector and has not done very well. The city has lost their shirt on this more than they need to. I think we need to look at a different way to use that money, and first-time home buyers would really give that first-time home buyer the opportunity to move into new housing. So.
Any other discussion? Ms. Shaw?
I won't support the amendment, but I will support the underlying motion because I trust the work of the Community Development Board, and this is their recommendation to fund it this way, and so that's why I will be voting no on the amendment.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All right, so we're going to vote on the amendment to remove the foreclosure option and move that money into first-time homebuyers program. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? Ms. Shaw and Ms. Aguirre. Okay, so the amendment passes. That brings us to the motion. We have a motion from Mr. Kennedy. From Ms. Shaw, thank you.
You got it. It's the underlying motion now with the amendment.
Say that again.
It's now the underlying motion to approve with the amendment that passed.
Thank you, as she says. So any discussion on that? No? I'll call for a vote then. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition, please say no. So that passes unanimously. Oh, did you really? I'm sorry, it didn't get over the break yet. It didn't help me as much as I thought it would. So it's Ms. Aguirre said no. Okay. We'll move on to item number 2. Could somebody please read that for us?
Public hearing and resolution approving Amon Park Recreation Campus, ARC, operations, fees, and naming rights. Staff recommends approval.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I want to make sure I'm sharing this correctly. Okay. So tonight I'm standing before you to talk about the ARC resolution and T-bid MOU. Ms. Ali Eggert is here in house with us from Visit Billings. Should you have any questions about the MOU? And Casey Conlon is online with us. Should you have any questions about the sports tourism portion of the resolution and MOU? So the big question is we have to ask is how did we get here? This has been a long time coming in the way of the conversations. This started all the way back in September of 2024 when city administration and PRPL leadership met with TBID to discuss supplemental funding for the courts complex at the ARC. That conversation continued into March of 2025 and then had a conditional approval in April of 2025 of supplemental funding to the ARC in the amount of $500,000. In the same April of 2025, myself, representatives from Langless Construction, A&E Design, Johnson Consulting, who did the pro forma, showed you the final construction, design, timeline, and also pro forma of what it would take to execute and operate this facility. Furthermore, from that April 2025 meeting, Council had suggested, I will not say directed, but suggested that a subcommittee be put together, which I called for one, which had a representative from each of the wards that had PRPL leadership, administration, come together and look at 3 different operational modalities for this facility. It was private, public-private, and then public. From that, we met numerous times over the course of many months to explore and investigate all the different operational modalities of this facility. Based on that information, in September of 2025, I stood before you, gave my report. At that meeting, it was a unanimous vote of 9-0 to have the PRPL department operate this facility on a 3-year, what we call the runway. During this 3 years as well, it is in sync with the MOU with TBID. At that September 2025 meeting, a resolution was requested that would come back before you when we were ready to start looking at truly the operational side of things, okay? So this brings it up. There's 5 areas in this resolution. The first area overtly states that this department will run the facility for 3 years, again, with the TBID monies, but it has to follow a few guidelines. The first would be hitting different metrics, both in performance and in financial. So as you see before you, FY27 would set the baseline, the performance metrics. 28, we would build upon that baseline by 10%, and in 29, we build off the 28 numbers by 5%. Financial metrics are as follows. In FY27, the goal is to recover 60% of operational costs, FY28, 80%, FY29, 100%. A question was asked this morning if those percentages are inclusive of the TBID money. Obviously, they are not, because those monies will offset to that 100% expense. Additionally, another component was to assemble an advisory board. After looking at different advisory boards across the nation of facilities of this nature, we came to this conclusion that this advisory board, and again, it is advisory, would be composed of 5 individuals. There would be 1 seat from SD2, School District 2, 1 seat from the Billings Tourism Business Improvement District. That is Casey Conlon, who would be in that seat as a sports tourism director. 3 community members, and then 2 ex officios, 1 member from your body, 1 member from my PRPL leadership. This morning also I received input stating that there could be an amendment to the resolution stating that the Billings Tourism Business Improvement District seat would be contingent upon while they are funding and or while PRPL receives funding from them. Another aspect of this was the sponsorships or naming rights. Before you, we looked at the naming rights throughout the whole facility. One thing that I've said over and over and over again is that we have a luxury that we had the monies to build this up front provided by Sabura. So the naming rights sponsorships can actually help for operational offset. We have 2 big buckets of naming rights. You have one with the more exclusive and one that I call kind of the investor bucket. Going from the top to the bottom here is you have the main building at $1 million for 10 years. In relation, Signal Peak Ice Arena did their building, which is a permanent naming right. We do not have any permanent naming rights for $6 million or 60 years. So we are still in line with that. We did use them as a model quite a bit to come up with these prices. Then we have the building community lobby, 5 years at $500,000. We have 4 interior courts at 5 years, $150,000. A multi-purpose room for 3 years, $30,000. 5 exterior 3-on-3 basketball courts that are located on the east and west ends. 3 years, $15,000. And then we have 95 $3,000 sponsorships available that will also go on the east and west walls. Now, one thing that we did talk about as the subcommittee is that up to 50% of these funds coming in from naming rights can be used for operations. Up to 50% would be dedicated to the reserve. In years 1 through 3, that number grows a little bit by 75-25, years 4 through 10. Obviously, the goal here is to hit both things of solvency and the $2 million reserve that we want for capital improvements and or uh-ohs that may happen down the road. One thing that is different from this that we had not talked about as a committee is the very last bullet point, which is Neptune annual radio advertisements. We have Neptune Radio at Rose Pool. We have not used the advertising availability within this system. We now have looked at it, priced it out. We will have 12 of these slots available 4 companies. It's very exclusive. We do not run more than just 12 companies on a loop for 1 year at a time. Court rental rates and revenues. Again, looking through here, there are two different modalities to this. Is you have the everyday court rental, which is the first portion, and then tournament rates. If you're doing the 4 primary courts, those primary courts can be converted into 8 different smaller courts. That's what you'll see up at the first bullet point. You have the tournament rates. Tournaments rates are a little higher because that also bakes in custodial services, things of this nature. The exterior courts at $25 an hour really round out the packages of the fees there. The last bullet point there is that all revenues will remain at the facility as a quote-unquote PRPL enterprise fund. Obviously, it's not a true enterprise fund, but for lack of a better phrase, that's what we want to call it. Additionally, it was pointed out to me by Councilmember Neese, one of the things that we talked about as a committee is this. So the goal is solvency. The goal is to hit that $2 million reserve. What happens next? There would be a sentence also that needs to be added into the resolution stating something to the effect that all excess revenue could be directed by council for use within the PRPL department as needed. Finally, it's the MOU between TBID and the City of Billings. It's a 3-year duration. Total funding is $500,000 over those 3 years. It is not $500,000 per year. The funding distribution is broken out as follows: $100,000 for startup costs, up to $160,000 for any shortfalls that first year, $185,000 for any shortfalls the second year, and $55,000 for any shortfalls the final year of the agreement. PRPL department will provide quarterly financial statements both to your body and to TBID board, showing our progress, showing that we are hitting these metrics, and that we're being very intentional between the court rentals, tournaments, concessions, and any other funding or revenue streams that may come in. And with that, that's it, sir.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Aspenlander.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. So I was one of the 5 on the subcommittee and chaired the subcommittee, and we did a lot of work in that committee, and we did a lot of work around the financial solvency. And believe me, when we entered that process, I was as skeptical and dubious as anybody that we could see a light towards making this facility solvent. Through a lot of work from the staff, some really great planning and thought around implementation, I think we're there. The MOU, I appreciate some of the comments that and corrections that Councilman Neese made. The only one that I really want to talk about that I think needs some clarification is a permanent seat on that advisory committee from the TBID or from Mr. Conlon. The reality is that Visit Billings and the sports tourism folks are going to be working very hard, not just on bringing things to our community, but bringing things to this facility. I know that there's an inclination to try to tie that board to their financial investment in this facility, but I think it goes farther than that. I think that can be maybe short-sighted on our end in looking at it that way. I think the success of this and the success of sports tourism in Billings is directly tied to this being one of the cogs in that big wheel. You know, the Metra, Dealer Park, the ice arena, the high schools, the Lockwood track facility, the new Dela Stadium. Those are all facilities that Visit Billings and the sports tourism group is going to be working on. Frankly, I think it's smart of us to leverage the resources that they have created that we just don't have. We're not going to have the budget for a sports tourism manager to be traveling around. We have to leverage what Visit Billings is going to be investing and the leadership that they're going to provide. And I think it's critical that we keep them on that board, regardless of whether they're financially involved or not, because they have to be aware of how we're operating that thing. So that's the only thing that I would push back on Mr. Neese's comments. I think it's important that that stays permanent. The rest of the comments that Mr. Neese provided, I'm 100% supportive of.
Mayor, do you mind?
Thank you. Well, Mr. O'Donnell is next, and Mr. Kennedy.
Regarding this, what Scott just talked about.
Well, why don't you, let's go through the progression and then you can respond.
Kevin, thank you for that. You know, when you said that on one of your slides that the council approved PRPL managing this last year, of course, the majority of us weren't here at that time, so excuse me for not knowing very much. So reading the report, I am quite impressed with the work that the committee that Scott Aspenlater referred to did. You mentioned there's a private, public-private, and public on there. Can you tell me what went into the discussions of why this is not privately managed?
Councilmember O'Donnell, Mayor and Council, that's a great question. So we looked at different operations in all of those aforementioned modalities. Some of it came down to just functionality. Some of it came down to we already do X, Y, and Z, let's say concessions. So it doesn't make a whole bunch of sense for us to have a privatize the concessions part of it when concessions are such a revenue generation. The one thing we also learned is that with a lot of the private companies that we looked at, for one reason or another, they were turned back over to the city. This could be 5 years, it could be 7 years down the road for a number of reasons. Now, that's not all of them. There were plenty of successful ones also that remained private. A big part of it is that because this facility is unique, it is not a true recreation center. It is a hard courts facility at 58,000 square feet with approximately 50,000 square feet of hardwood. There's no fitness component. There's no aquatics component. This serves a real focused niche is a great word for our community and region. From that, because of the TBID funding as well, that would help offset for those 3 years. It all kind of lined up of, let's see if we can do this. Let's see if we can make this solvent. Then if not, then we can explore. So in 2 years, I'll be standing before you all again asking about, okay, so here's the data, here's our quarterly reports, here's our performance metrics. Do you feel that we can continue operating this facility? I personally believe that the answer will be yes.
All right, Mr. Kennedy.
Yes, Gavin, as we discuss this, as we put this together, as we voted to bring it forward and everything, the one thing one of your slides called it a, what was it, the PRPL Enterprise Fund. I want to make sure that everyone understands that this would be an enterprise fund. This is a standalone project. It's standalone over in the at the area where this building is. We do not want, as an enterprise fund, we want it making money. We don't want to be taking money away from it and cutting it back because the money generated should run it. And that's the whole scope of what we put up with this building, and we designed it. So I would hope that we would name this an enterprise fund for this endeavor that we're doing.
Mr. Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I was also on the committee on this and serving with Councilmember Aspenlater and Kennedy, along with Tom Repsis and former Councilmember Ed Gulick. And it was very difficult to consider the Parks Department even running this facility. But after going through all the different options, I'm extremely optimistic that the Parks Department can do this as it's laid out. And so while I probably was a no vote going into this, in no way, no how, I think we have a good 3 years. We're going to give it a run with the help of the T-bid. I think it's going to get that running start, and I think this will be a very successful operation. And so I hope we support them. But going back to what Councilman Absplainer said and my comments about, I do agree that the Visit Billings does have a lot of value there. But my concern is we don't just want anyone. Someone like Casey Conlon, who's on there, would be on there, is extremely valuable. I guess my question to you to regarding if we don't have someone on there, if we're going to have them on there, should there be qualifications of who this person serves on the board so that we make sure it is someone with the expertise of Casey?
And Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead, Mr.
And Councilman East, I think that's a valid point. And Gavin, my question to you would be, can we craft that in a way that so long as it's a sports tourism manager, that is the position. It's not just a T-bid board member or a T-bid representative. It is the sports tourism director. And if that position goes away, so does that seat. Can we craft it in a way?
Yeah, Councilmember Aspenleiter, Mayor and Council, we can absolutely craft it down to very specific if we want. I would say this, I have no problem with that. Visit Billings, T-bid, what have you, their best interest is they get a person on here that's going to help drive the engine of this facility. So we can go as specific as you like. I think they're going to always choose someone that is going to be the best fit.
Ms. Shaw?
Thank you. I'm super excited we got to this place. I was also skeptical we would get there, and so I'm very happy. I think Parks is going to do a great job with this. I fully am confident that in 2 years we're going to be back and moving forward. My question for you is about the naming rights. Once we pass this resolution, assuming it passes, is this a go forth and sell the rights? You launch your whole campaign? Do you need anything else from council before this comes back and we actually have to officially accept it?
Councilwoman Shaw, Mayor and Council, I too am excited. It's been a long journey. I had hair when this started. So I would say this, we're going to revisit the naming rights for inflationary costs at some point. For right now, they're set. The final naming rights, sponsorships, advertisement policy citywide is currently being vetted by legal. So we're in a good spot. After tonight, then I'm really going to start working the phones.
Mr. Aspenleiter?
I'm ready to make a motion if we're ready to.
Just one more question, Mayor.
Go ahead, Mr. Neese.
Gavin, I think you and I, when we talked this morning, I didn't ask you this to clarify, but I think I know what the answer is, but I just want to make sure. One of the comments was under paragraph 3, when we're directing staff to create an advisory board. That is a staff advisory board, not a council advisory board. So we don't have to set the rules or guidelines or appoint people other than that one council member we may appoint. But I just wanted to make sure, I think that was a recommendation I made, to change that or add the word staff to that, make sure that it's clear that you are in control of that advisory board.
Councilmember Neese, Mayor and Council, you are absolutely correct. It is a staff advisory board.
Thank you.
Any other comments for? I do have one thing. I have a little bit of experience in event planning and event sales and naming rights and all the other good stuff. This is in a great spot. It's in a really great spot. Nothing like being king of the region, and that's what you're going to be. So congratulations. I guess we'll open up the public comment regarding this issue. That's the approving Amen Park Recreation Campus operation fees and naming rights. Is there any public comment regarding that? Seeing none, we'll entertain a motion.
We get down to, where the hell did our little sayings go in this new format? Oh, there we go. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve a resolution for ARC operations fees and naming rights as recommended by staff.
Thank you. Mr. Kennedy? All right. Sure. Yes, Mr. Neese.
Certify the motion. Is that recommended with the amendments that were submitted? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we have a second to that one. Any discussion to the motion, Mr. Neese?
One more change that correction I would point out is paragraph 6 in the MOU, paragraph 6F points to 5C, but it needs to be corrected to 5D just for correction on that reference point. And I talked to Gavin about that as well. So just so you're aware of that
Do we
change.
need an amendment to the motion then, Mr. Neese?
No, don't need amendment. It's just a correction.
Edit, sir.
Okay, very good. Any other discussion? Ms. Shaw?
I just need clarification on the T-bid position. What was the motion including?
So the motion was to include that as a permanent position, so long as it was the sports tourism.
Perfect. Okay.
And I saw it,
Thank you.
Allie nodding her head, so she's agreeable.
Any other discussion regarding the motion? Mr. Pittman?
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I think it's really important that we do focus and just don't glance over it, that this is an enterprise fund. We want them to succeed. We want them to make money. We want to, and probably what we'd have to watch is making sure that we don't just limit their reserves. It's good to have healthy reserves, but also not defer maintenance, to do this in a way that you're taking care of the facility, and you're not doing it to fund another part of the city or something like that. The money gets reinvested, it stays there, and that they focus on taking care of this facility in the short term and in the long term. So,
all right. Any other comments regarding the motion? Then I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of Mr. Aspenleiter's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, please say no. Motion carries unanimously. Item 2A.
Memorandum of Understanding between the City and Tourism Business Improvement District, TBID. Staff recommends approval.
All right, sir, you're on.
Mayor and Council, that was the last slide of the presentation I just gave. Again, the duration of this MOU with TBID is 3 years. It covers $500,000 over the 3 years, not $500,000 per year. The breakdown is that they are willing to provide $100,000 of startup cost, with $160,000 to come at year end to cover any shortfalls, $185,000 in year 2 of the agreement, and $55,000 in year 3 of the agreement.
Is Ms. Eggert here? Could you come up for a second? Thank you to the TBID for your willingness to step up. We'd like to hear a little bit from you.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, thank you so much for having us. The Billings Tourism Business Improvement District is very excited to be partnering with the city and with Gavin and PRPL. We know that this really will be a shining jewel in our community. Sports tourism is a $50 billion industry in the United States. And we know that we're a growing and blossoming sports destination, and this will really take us to the next level. So thank you for the time spent on it. I know it's been a long process, but we're just so excited for this facility to be open and for us to be bringing teams here. And hopefully some of those girls that were here today can dance in that new facility, and we can share this wonderful thing with not just our visitors, but our local community.
Fantastic, thank you. Do we have questions for either presenter? Mr. Kennedy.
Just a quick one, Allie. Where does the TBID money come from?
The Tourism Business Improvement District is an assessment that's added to each occupied room night in Billings. So per occupied room night, there's a $4 charge that the visitor pays. So these dollars are an assessment that are coming from our local visitor economy that we're pouring right back into our community by bringing more visitation, but also through initiatives like this and our air service and so on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Pittman?
Thank you. So it says up to a dollar amount. Is that something, Gavin, that could be more, could be less and being offset, or should it actually be that number?
It is up to $500,000. So yes, theoretically, it could be less. Something that, if we execute the way we think we will execute, my goal is to not have to use all of TBID's dollars, to be honest, because that tells me two things. One, we're solvent, and we have the reserves matched. Okay, that's a big lift. That's a big lift, admittedly, in the 3-year runway.
Go ahead.
But I think that's an important marker to pay attention to as we go down the road, because that really is telling us how the place is operating.
Ms. Shaw.
This item doesn't require a public hearing, so I'm going to go ahead and make a motion. I move to approve an MOU between the city and T-Bid as recommended by staff.
Do we have a second? Ms. Aguirre? All right. Any discussion regarding the motion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion to approve the MOU, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? Another unanimous vote. Thank you, folks. Item number 3.
Public hearing and approval of a purchase and sale agreement for the Babcock Theater with Art House Management LLC. Staff recommends approval.
Hold on just a moment. We'll see if we can get our council people back. Give about 30 seconds, then we can get started. Go ahead, we can get started.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight I am bringing to you the resolution to approve the sale of the Babcock Theater. This is following the council's direction from the April 13th council meeting. Again, we need a minimum of 6 votes for it to pass. And this authorizes staff to proceed with the purchase and sale agreement with Art House. We're anticipating closing for June 1st. The city will deliver $100,000 to Art House at closing. Art House retains the right to pursue future TIF funding. We advertised on April 10th, April 17th, April 24th, and the signs were posted at the Babcock on April 14th. I have received 0 calls or emails regarding this. And that is the end of my presentation.
Thank you for that brief presentation. That was nice. Mayor? Mr. Kennedy. Mayor?
I'd just like to make a comment. The $100,000 is the deductible that the city is paying to the insurance company to pay for the ceiling that collapsed. And so as we're not fixing the ceiling, we're paying the deductible to get the ceiling fixed. And then with that, then we're looking at to turn around and turn it over and sell it to the Babcock group, correct?
So the $100,000 is for the insurance deductible. that is part of the purchase and sell agreement. So Art House will take ownership of the Art House during the construction of this.
Okay. And the best thing for the taxpayers right now is we will no longer own that piece of property, and it will be in outside of the city's hands, which is what we've wanted to do the whole time. So thank you.
Mr. Lindley, then Mr. Pittman, then Mr. Neese.
Thanks, Mayor and Council. Yeah, thanks for putting this together. First of all, I love your presentations. They're so short and succinct. Beautiful. Yeah, I mean, for anybody in this room who has not yet been to Art House Cinema downtown, I think if you go to that facility, you'll understand what the future of the Babcock is going to look like. I think that organization is going to do a great job. Of course, with them being the owners of it, it's going to be funded through donations and fundraising, but I'm excited to see that, and I think it's the right move.
Mr. Pittman?
Thank you. So when you were posting things on the outside of the building, my understanding of our previous meeting was that we were disposing of the property. It wasn't listing the property for sale. And it's my understanding we never actually offered it to anybody else for sale. Is that correct?
We did not list it for sale with the realtor.
Okay.
Mr. Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. It's about time. I would want to see this property moved into hands that could actually take care of it and do better than the city can. So I am grateful that this is here. But I do have a couple of questions about the contract. A couple of things on point number 7 about the property condition being broom cleaned. Obviously, we're not going to have this broom cleaned. I just wanted to make sure that the buyer is, and I don't know why it wasn't filled out, because there's an exception there to say something like the buyer accepts the property, in the current damaged condition, something like that. And then the other thing I have, I don't like blank spots, and so on page 6 or 7, the top addendum attached, it's just blank, and I would suggest we put none in there. I'm assuming there's no attachments to this document. If there are, I haven't seen any attachments.
I haven't seen it in the addendums. That's correct.
Okay. As long as we fill out that blank spot on 7 with the fact they're accepting the damaged property, because it's definitely not broom cleaned, at least in that auditorium section. You've been over there to see it. It's a mess. And then the other one, just NA or none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody from the purchaser here tonight?
Matt did give me a call on my way here that he was not going to be able to make it.
Okay, good. Any other questions for our presenter? All right, then we're going to move to public hearing regarding the purchase and sell agreement for Babcock Theater. Is there any public comment or public statements regarding that?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name's Jeff Kettleson. I live in the 5th Ward at 489 South 44th Street. I generally am against selling city property, but I'm really generally against selling city property to nonprofit organizations because they don't pay property tax to the city. From what I understand, this town bought that building back in 2018, and I tried to find out how much you paid for it, but I couldn't find that. But there was a cost. The citizens bore that cost. And then through mismanagement or forgetting to pay for insurance, here's the mess we're in now. And we're going to sell it for $1 to a nonprofit that's not going to pay property taxes into the city. None of this sounds good. But what really doesn't sound good is to Councilmember Pittman's comment that this administration didn't even list it with a real estate company. I mean, that's ridiculous. I don't know anybody out here in public land that wouldn't list their property with a realtor. So, to me, it's a bad deal. I stand and I think that you should list it, and I think that you should get the maximum amount of dollars that we, the citizens, have paid for this building to begin with. Anyways, I hope you reconsider this. Thanks.
Ms. Shaw?
Is public comment closed?
It is now, yes.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to approve. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the purchase and sell agreement for the Babcock Theater with Art House Management LLC as recommended by staff.
Second.
Mr. Neese jumped in with a second.
I say if there's a second, I'd like to speak to the motion.
Please do.
Okay, thank you. So just to bring everybody up to speed, the building was handed over to the city in 2018. Art House has been operating it since that time. They've been doing that very successfully until the ceiling fell down last year and it's been closed. So from my perspective as a council member, there was a reason why we didn't go out to the highest bidder for this public building, because we want it to stay as a public theater, which it's been very successful at, and it's a real gem for our community. So I think that's really important in the context of what we're doing here, and I certainly hope this passes.
Thank you. Mr. Shaw.
Thank you, Mayor. And as I said before, this is something we wanted to try to get off the city rolls and the liability there for quite a while. And to Councilman Shaw's point, Art House has been doing a great job with that theater. They've really improved it. They've actually put lots of money into that theater, not just money they may have gotten from T-Bid or the city, but it's really their own donations. And this is where the community can really gather together and bring in those donations, because it's outside the city. So if this is going to be successful, it's going to be people in the community who are going to rally around the Art House, rally around the Babcock, and bring donations to them so they can actually improve this facility. So be looking for them. I'm sure they're going to be asking for donations, and you'll see a really nice theater created, and it'll be successful once they get rebuilt. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neese. Mr. Piven?
So I'll probably be the one vote against this, and it's mainly on process at this point. I really do believe, and I asked the question when we listed this as surplus property, that we weren't selling. We were. You guys had no intention of listing this. You had every intention of turning this over to the Art House Theater. And I think it does a disservice to us and to the public when we don't at least offer it out there to see if there are better options. We might be back in the same situation in 2 weeks with nobody offering, $2. But that being said, I also am against them being open to receiving TIF dollars in the future. I've been passionate about this on giving TIF dollars to nonprofits. It just doesn't pencil out right. And so as we're raking the downtown Billings TIF district over the coals for not showing profit or not having enough money or all that, we also need to remember we just handed over another facility off the tax rolls. And so we have to take that into account.
Thank you, Mr. Pittman. Mr. Boyette?
Thank you, Mayor. I think I read somewhere where there was about $5 million worth of deferred maintenance. It's not something the city is going to take care of, is $5 million to fix this up. I think that the Art House will have the ability to get people together similar to Alberta Bear, where they say, folks, you want this to be good, do some donations. I think the $100,000 deductible will at least fix the ceiling, lets them move forward. I encourage us to go ahead and release this property to someone who we think can manage it and who's been managing it for some time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comment? Mr. Neese?
Mary, just a quick question to Gina. Gina, I asked you this before, if you could just state this for the record, I guess. Did the city follow the property disposition ordinance as required?
Yes, Councilmember Neese.
All right. Any further questions or discussion? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion to sell the Babcock Theater with Art House Management, please say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed?
No.
That'd be Mr. Pittman in opposition. Thank you, everybody. Item number 4.
Public hearing, a resolution of intent to proceed with public notice and hearing process required for the potential disposal of property located at 802 Yellowstone Avenue. Staff recommends approval.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm just going to do a presentation by calling out some of the highlights from the memo, just a little bit of background on this item before you open the public hearing. The city of Billings owns this property at OT Yellowstone, and the resolution this evening initiates the process to sell, exchange, or donate the property, the city-owned property. Code enforcement opened a case on this property, a nuisance case in 2022, and as we moved through that process and worked with the property owner, ultimately in court, the property owner decided to transfer ownership to the city, and we took ownership of it in December of 2024. We then went forward looking for options to complete the demolition of that property. It had a lot of issues and material problems and such, and we were able to, working with Big Sky Economic Development, go through the Brownfields, US EPA Brownfields program and revolving loan fund program, so we could cover all the abatement. There was asbestos and other materials in the structure, and then ultimately demolish the structure, which we did in September of 2025. We came to the council in December of 2025 with some options for development of the property. We had done a community survey and some outreach in that area, and had proposed potentially a community garden on the site. The council decided at that time not to pursue the community garden, but to move forward to sell the property outright. At this meeting, the action for the resolution to dispose of the property, the council has the opportunity to impose restrictions on the property sale and any expectations you might have about the sale. And one of the things that I called out in the memo and working with Tina on the memo and with Gavin was that you did have a recommendation from your community development board late last year and into this spring regarding some potential housing policy ideas for incentivizing housing and affordable housing, in this case, on city-owned properties that you might be disposing of. And so you'll see in the memo and the attachment some recommendations to that effect. And the board wanted to forward those to you for consideration, both for this property and really honestly for future properties that you may be evaluating, since housing continues to be an issue in our community. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions, but your action tonight is to approve that resolution declaring your intent to dispose of the property, impose conditions if you choose, and then we would move forward with the process for the sale. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for our presenter? Ms. Shaw.
Thank you. Wyeth, would you go into the breakdown of the money that was used to fund this demolition? Because my understanding is if we just put this up for sale to anybody with no restrictions and it's not listed as for a public good in some way, any proceeds have to just pay that back. It's not going into any future city programming or anything. Is that accurate?
Councilmember Shaw and Mayor and Council, yes, that's correct. The way the loan program through the US EPA Brownfields program is set up is that if we're not using it for certain community benefits, which in this case, just selling it outright to whoever would purchase it does not meet that definition, then any of the proceeds would first go back to paying off the loan, the revolving loan fund through the program. And that loan total was almost $85,000, just under $85,000. We also invested, I think around $50,000 in code enforcement as part of this process. So basically, whatever it would sell for, it's expected that all of it would go toward that loan and wouldn't completely pay off that loan.
Follow-up question.
Please.
So follow-up is hypothetical here. We adopt the recommendations from the Community Development Board, which I'm very, very thankful that they brought forward, and put some kind of priority on it related to housing. Does that then eliminate that requirement for us so that we would have more flexibility in terms of turning this property over to somebody who couldn't maybe pay as much for it?
Councilmember Shaw and Mayor and Council, yes, our understanding is that if the city were to impose, say this is what we want to develop this for, we want to provide housing for the community, we want to look at affordable housing or incentivizing that housing, that would fall into one of the community benefit categories.
Thanks.
Mayor.
Mr. Neese.
Thank you. Why it's just along the same lines, as I'm reading the memo, it appears to me it doesn't matter if it's sold at outright on the market or if it's sold and used for some kind of qualified affordable housing. They forgive the loan either way.
Councilmember Neese and Mayor and Council, they won't forgive the loan if we just sell it outright. That is where it is required that we pay back whatever amount we can. Now, it does say if we can't pay it all back, which is very likely, then they'll forgive the remainder. But
Right,
any proceeds would
That's
have
what
to
I'm
go.
reading. Your
Yeah.
memo states that trust indenture of any agreements between the borrower and the lender will forgive the shortfall. This is talking about when it's sold, at normal, just on the market, and it's sold at a shortfall. And so it looks like they're going to forgive it either way.
Councilmember Neese and Mayor and Council, they won't forgive, they'll forgive part of it if you pay back everything you get from a sale. So if you
Right.
get 50,000 back, we pay 50,000, we don't have to pay the other 35, correct? So that's correct. If you were to use it for a different purpose, a community benefit purpose, then you don't have to pay any of it back.
Well, it is, I think this also talks about it'll forgive the shortfall. So if you use it for another purpose, you're still, whether you're selling it or you're using it, you're still going to have a shortfall. And so are you saying that we keep the property and then they'll forgive us the debt?
Councilmember Neese, no, what I'm saying is, so if you sell it outright with no parameters and for whatever, people can use it for whatever they want, then whatever you get from that sale, you will pay toward the loan, whatever that is. And if there's still a shortfall, then they will forgive that. If you do an incentive program for the community and you say, yes, we wanted this to be served for a specific community purpose.
Can you give me an example of an incentive program? Because I'm not quite following you. Usually, I mean, either we're going to own the property or someone's going to own the property and they're probably going to pay us something for it. Unless we give it away to like HUD or someone like that. And you're saying if we give it away, they're going to forgive the property? They're going to forgive the note?
Councilmember Neese, Mayor and Council, so if you incentivized it some way to get a certain type of affordable housing development on the property, so you would put stipulations and say, this is what we want to see on this property, and we want the property, the units to be available at a certain rate that meet, an affordable housing rate, then you're imposing those things and you're saying we're going to expect to get something in, for the long term on that property for a housing benefit.
Okay,
So that's
and then we sell it for 50,000 and they're going to still forgive the note. Or we sell it for 40,000, they're going to forgive the note.
Correct.
Thank you.
Just clarification. They'll forgive the shortfall, not the full note. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Correct. Okay. Let's see. Who's next? Anybody? Mr. Kennedy.
Wyeth. Since I've been belly aching about this property for a long time and wanted it to get down, and I think code enforcement is very happy it's down and tired of listening to me. The whole thing on this is you have apartment buildings right next door. You also have an owner that owns that property that pays taxes on it. They have every opportunity in the world to buy that property, create more lawn if they want to, or create parking places for their apartment building. That would give them an opportunity. But the one thing that people don't understand is you put it into a housing or anything else, it doesn't go back on the tax rolls. So, no matter what we get out of it by selling the property, we will have that loan forgiven and it goes back on the tax rolls and it'll pay taxes. So I think really what we need to do this evening is go ahead and put it up for sale. That's not saying that if we don't get the right bid, we don't have to do it, but at least we go out there and we sell the property and see what comes in. Thank you.
Yeah, Councilmember Kennedy, absolutely. I think the only thing, depending on who you sold it to, it might or might not pay taxes, but that's correct.
Mr. Friday, do we have liabilities on that land? Or if somebody hurts themselves on it, and do we have insurance expense on that land and that kind of stuff?
Mayor and council, I can defer to our city attorney. I mean, yes, it'd be the same right now as any other city property. And then like we're taking care of, making sure we shovel the snow and stuff like that on the property, which we've been doing since it was demoed and we acquired it.
All right, that's a good answer for me. Any other questions for our presenter? All right, seeing none. Yes, sir, Mr. Neese.
Wyeth, do you have anyone interested in the property now and as far as wanting to buy it?
Councilmember Neese and Mayor and Council, I've had conversations with a couple of folks in town who have been interested in the property. And we're talking about different ideas, talked about the zoning and the current, what the current status is.
Mainly just as is residential type, they're going to just use it in residential. They're looking for zone changes as well.
Councilmember Neese and Mayor and Council, a mix actually, both residential and potentially, small office or neighborhood services.
Right. And when we're selling, sorry, Mayor, to follow up another question. So if we're looking at selling this and there's a zone change needed, is that something that will come in with maybe an offer saying, hey, I'll buy it, but I need a zone change to X, Y, Z or whatever it is so they can do their development?
Councilmember Neese and Mayor and Council, I suppose that's possible. I guess that depends probably a little bit on how, when we put it out for sale, what we talk, what we provide in that.
All right, thank you.
Anything else for our presenter? Okay, we're going to move to a public hearing regarding this item. Any public comment regarding the sale of 802 Yellowstone Avenue? Welcome back.
Thanks. Good evening again, Council and Mayor Nelson. My name is Rebecca Knoll. I live at 1109 Lewis Avenue. So I'm a neighbor of the Meat House, RIP. Just kidding. Thank you so much for acquiring that property and demoing it. It was the very definition of an attractive nuisance. Even the empty lot that is there right now, like a missing tooth, is an improvement over what was there before. But I'm here tonight because I serve on the Community Development Board for the City of Billings. And the board that I'm a part of, we spent quite a bit of time discussing how do we incentivize affordable housing development in Billings. And it's just really hard. It's really hard to get developers to want to house people who just aren't going to be able to pay as much money because you're not going to make as much money. So it's really not attractive. One of the very few things that we decided as a board maybe would work is that in the process of disposing of publicly owned land, that the city prioritizes the development of affordable housing on city-owned land. So tonight, when you vote to move forward with disposing of this property at 802 Yellowstone, I would really urge you all to use some of the stipulations that our board outlined for you in our document so that this parcel at 802 Yellowstone can be developed in a way that will contribute to the fabric of the neighborhood and be a benefit for those of us who live there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jack Hansen. I was born and raised here in Billings. I'm a property owner, a taxpayer, and a resident of Ward 4. As you consider the disposal of this city-owned property, I urge you to establish a clear policy precedent for future such disposals. This is just the first of a number of city-owned properties that you will deal with this year. You can and should use this disposal process to advance the goal of incentivizing more middle market housing in the city. You can set the precedent tonight with 802 Yellowstone by imposing some conditions or some purchaser preferences on this sale. So as Mr. Friday pointed out, the city will not pocket any money on the sale of this property, even if you go out to highest bidder, unless you raise more than $85,000, which you will not do on this property. And to correct a misconception from Councilmember Kennedy, this property will go back on the tax rolls if you sell it to a private developer that develops middle market housing on it. It will be on the tax rolls as a residential property currently zoned. We have a chronic shortage of housing units in this city that are affordable to middle income families. That is, households who are making at or below the median income, which is currently about $74,000 in Billings. At that income level, a household can afford a mortgage, taxes, and insurance on a single family home with a sale price of about $270,000. There ain't a lot of those out there in Billings right now. To be perfectly clear, the market is quite clearly not filling that void. Sometimes private markets don't work. But you can help create more of those housing opportunities as you dispose of these city properties this year. In fact, as you just heard our Community Development Board, the very committee you have impaneled for the purpose of carefully considering housing policy and making recommendations to you, has recommended just such an approach. I urge you to follow the Community Development Board's recommendations. It'll be a good outcome not just for 802 Yellowstone Avenue, but for every other disposal property that comes before you this year. Thanks.
Any other public comment regarding this issue? Good evening. Tell us who you are and where you live.
My name is Nathan Blanding. I'm a resident of Billings at 539 Clark, just down the street from the said property in question here. I have worked as an architect and designer and builder. I've worked with a number of you on the city council over the years. I am personally interested in this property just for my own interest of how I develop pocket neighborhoods, just individual small scale development that I can do with my own hands. I don't have big crews. It's just my own business and we hire whoever we need as we go. But this is an infill kind of property that's not like a big thing on the West End or anything. It's just it's a niche that I'm interested in. I put together a preliminary proposal to Wyeth Friday and Council Member Lindley, who I happen to know, to do a first pass at what I would propose for this. The lot is very narrow, which makes the overlay zoning that's been applied to this challenging to make anything as big enough. So my suggestion in that proposal was to allow it to be a mercantile zoning like it used to be, where you could build right to the sidewalk. So you could have small scale offices below and then up above have apartments. And so you're dealing with some very high level questions about city policy and things. Mine's just a very simple proposal for what could be done there, what pencils out. In my experience, trying to do construction for less than $200 a square foot is really challenging. And even at that rate, with halfway normal rental rates, it still takes 10 to 15 years to get it to pay off. So none of this is fast turnaround, high profit stuff. So if we're trying to do really low income housing, it's without some kind of subsidy, it's really challenging to make something that doesn't take forever to get paid off. But my proposal doesn't require any of that. It's just, if it was available for sale, I'd be interested in putting in a bid for it. And I put together a proposal. So if your request, this is a request for proposals without a request. So pardon me for jumping the gun there, but I put my foot forward of just to express an interest. So anyway, thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Blanding. Any other public hearing? Seeing none, we'll close the portion of our meeting and I'll ask for a motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion. Having conducted a public hearing, considered a written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve a resolution of intent allowing staff to proceed with public notice required for the and hearing process required for the potential disposal of 802 Yellowstone Avenue.
Second. Who's that? Thank you, Mr. Neese.
and I would like to speak.
Go ahead, Mr. Kennedy.
I'd like to speak to the motion. 802 Yellowstone Avenue has been an eyesore for a long time. And as you heard, you had folks in the neighborhood say, let's try to do something. It's a very narrow parcel. I do not want to try to do a community garden or whatever. Go on South 27th and look at the community garden that we have on city property over there. It just doesn't pan out. After a few years, people get tired of it, and it just becomes a weed mess. What I'd like to do is see, I like that idea. There's probably some other ideas. There's a gentleman that owns the property next to it. He might want to build apartments there. But one of the things that people look at is we want to make it a public space right next to the people that have lived there and have put up with the falling of walls, people going into the place, lighting fires, everything else. Let's kind of take into consideration, sell the property and get someone that's good to put something good there. But I think really, and we did it for years with the county, we really gave the first option a lot of times to the landowner that lived next door because it was very important for them because that piece of property is so small, it would be something that would enhance that property. So I would ask the council to go forward and put this up for sale. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Shaw?
Sorry. Thank you. I'd like to offer an amendment to the motion to prioritize housing when we go out for this RFP in a manner that would fit within the public good requirement. If there's a second to that, I will speak to the motion. Okay.
Mr. Lindley seconded the amendment.
The reason I think this is important is because if we just go and sell this to a developer that wants to make it into a parking lot, we're going to be sending whatever money comes through the city back to the federal government, which I don't think makes any sense when we have this brownfield program designed specifically for this. The other end of the scenario is if we prioritize housing, we stick that in there as one of our requirements and it meets this public good requirement, it means we could offer this land for $1 to a developer, just as we did the Babcock. To increase the housing stock in our city, just as an example. So to me, I think those are two very different things. I'm only interested in supporting this motion if the amendment passes.
Thank you. We're going to speak to the amendment now. Mr. Boyette?
Well, according to my math, we have $135,000 of taxpayer money in this piece of property. That's your money. We shouldn't just give this stuff away. I would like to try to maximize how much we pay back to the revolving loan and the brownfield. Remember, this isn't government money. This is taxpayer money. So I want to be able to sell it for as much as we can. And a developer is going to buy this. They're not going to just turn it into a parking lot and pay money for it. I think this gentleman we had here was an excellent idea of a commercial on the first floor and apartments on the second, if it's done right. But remember, this is taxpayer money we want to pay back.
Mr. Lindley?
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I supported the amendment because I don't think that the amendment included a desire to sell it for $1. Is that true? Okay. So just to be clear,
yep.
All it's saying is that we want to prioritize proposals that include housing. So I do think that that's going to, bring a fair bid. Not to say that that's going to solve all of our budget woes, but I think that seeing more housing and seeing creative solutions to that is a good thing.
Mr. Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. I won't support the motion. I think having it just sold is going to leave it up to, we heard one tonight. I've heard of others that would put in a prefab duplex. I mean, they're all talking about housing, all the ideas I've heard. And I don't want to limit what the market's going to do by just saying, hey, we're going to prioritize housing. That's probably going to cause buyers who want to do some mixed commercial and housing, like as was proposed tonight, to kind of back off a little bit and say, well, I don't want to participate if I'm going to put a bid and suddenly now someone who bids lower than me is going to say housing, they're going to get it. So I think we need to make sure, let the developers do what they do best, is they get creative with the property and they build what they know the market needs. And I think they'll turn out is not a parking lot that someone's going to park their car. It maybe the highest bidder will be the neighbor next door, because he's going to overpay on that because he wants to outbid anyone else and make sure that no one else builds next to him. We don't know. I think we need to make sure that we leave it for the market to come what's there. And I believe you'll probably see some good residential housing there, but it'll be what the market decides.
Thank you. Mr. Pittman.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I may need a little help here. If I want to make it a substitute motion, can I do that at this point, or do we have to act on this amendment before we go forward?
Councilmember Pittman, Mayor and Council, there can be two amendments pending at the same time, and a motion to substitute is considered a motion to amend. So, yeah.
So Mayor and Council, I'll make a substitute motion that we list this property for sale and remove the exchange or donation as part of the conditions, and put this out on the market to see what the market will do first. I think we have
I'll second that.
Thank you. So I'll talk on my motion. I think we have a fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayers. This isn't just returning money that goes nowhere, as Councilman Boyette pointed out. This goes back into programs that can benefit the community. I think there's a lot of options here. I would like to see it back on the payroll, get it on the tax rolls, and be a productive corner lot. So thank you.
Point of order, I just need a clarification. How is that different than the underlying motion originally?
I'm not sure that it is.
The other one was said only qualified purchaser. This is stipulating.
No, the original motion was just a resolution of intent allowing staff to proceed with a public notice and a hearing process. There were no conditions imposed. So you might be right here, Ms. Shaw. Mr. Pittman, can you explain that then?
So in the executive summary that we were provided, it says potential sale, exchange, or donation of city-owned real property. All I'm asking is that we remove exchange or donation and put this property up for sale, and then we can look at all of the options that are proposed to us and make a decision based on that. If you guys want to make a priority and there's an option where somebody comes with public housing or something, and that's one of their caveats to this proposal, then that's fine. But if there's somebody that comes that wants to do some commercial or some small business on the bottom and apartments on top and is willing to pay a lot more, I think we should be able to look at all of our options and then make a decision.
I'm going to have to defer to our parliamentarian here. I think the original motion was just sell, and it would have left the exchange or the other two. Am I correct here?
Mayor, yes, Mayor and Council, I think maybe even I'm confused here. It sounds to me like maybe this is incorrect, that Councilmember Pittman wants to exclude the option of exchange or donation, but then by way of explanation indicated that he wanted all options considered. So if you remove the option of exchange or donation, you're not going to be able to consider all the options. So I think leaving it as the original motion would allow you to consider all those different options of a land swap or donation, sale, all those different potentials.
I will withdraw my second.
Trying to figure out how to word this. How do I make it part of the record that I want this property put on the market for sale? Not another backroom deal where all of a sudden we already have a potential to give it to CDBG or home or anything else. I want it out on the market.
Mr. Mayor?
How would I make that motion?
I think it was. The underlying motion was to sell.
As long as that's clear, I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, thank you. Mr. O'Donnell.
No, I'm fine.
Okay, so we're back to the amendment to prioritize housing. We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion regarding that? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote on the amendment to prioritize housing. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no.
No.
No. Okay, opposed, please raise your hand so we get you on the record. So we have Mr. O'Donnell, Mr. Boyette, Mr. Aspenleiter, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Nelson, and Mr. Pittman. And Mr. Neese. I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand.
Sorry,
You're supposed to raise them up high for me. And that brings us back to the original motion, which is to place, which was read and as written in our agenda, having conducted a public hearing considered written as public, I move to approve a resolution of intent allowing staff to proceed with public notice and the hearing process required for the potential disposal of 802 Yellowstone as recommended by staff. Okay, just so that I can make this just a little bit more muddy, I think I now see where you're coming from, Mr. Pittman. Thank you. So we could probably entertain another amendment if that's allowed. Ms. Davis? Ms. Dahl?
Yes, Mayor and
I could use
Council,
my glasses tonight.
Before the
Thank you, Ms. Davis.
before the last vote, I wanted to just point out, I guess maybe to provide a suggestion to Councilmember Pittman, if the intent was to limit the way that staff proceeds with this, so the city code section allows this property to go by public auction, direct negotiated sale, or by competitive sealed bid. So I think what you were trying to do was eliminate the option for staff to directly negotiate a sale. So if that's what you were wanting to do, then you could craft a motion to limit the options by which staff can proceed with listing the property.
So why?
You're saying
just as
not.
a clarification, what I want is what's the highest return we can get on this property? So, putting it on the market to the highest bidder or offer that we get. It's what happens in real estate all the time. You put it up for sale, you see who wants to buy it. You can accept an offer, reject an offer, take a counter offer. All of those go into the factor. So yes, that's what I want. So do I need to make?
Then I would suggest that you not limit how staff can proceed, and staff will list the property and go from there.
Mr. Neese.
Thank you. One more question, because Wyatt mentioned there was a couple of people who were interested in the property. There's another person, I guess that one of those persons talked to us tonight. Typically when you go to list a property, Kevin, you may know this or not, but can we have those buyers excluded from any type of commission because their buyers have already contacted us, so that we can, if for some reason we get no other bidders in higher than them, we could sell directly to them?
So Councilmember Neese, if I'm understanding the question correctly, we have not listed that property with a real estate agent yet. So we could do a direct negotiated sale with ourselves. Is that kind of what you're
No, I'm
getting
saying
at?
still go ahead and list it with a realtor, but
I'm going to call the question,
but
Mr.
there's an
Mayor.
option to exclude
I'll second.
buyers.
That motion supersedes discussion.
Hold on just a second here. All right, so any other discussion regarding that?
Mayor.
Thank you.
Calling the
Thank you.
question.
Question's been called. I just want to make sure nobody was in line first. We're going to go to a vote then on the original motion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Mayor,
Aye. All opposed?
Mayor,
That's
excuse me.
the order. That's
I'm sorry, Mayor. When the question is called, there needs to be a second. There needs to be a vote on whether to vote. So first of all, you have to vote on calling the question, and then you go to the original.
So there has been a question called. Mr. Kennedy seconded it. Should we, we'll go to a vote on that. Please forgive my ignorance here. All those in favor of the question being called, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Mr. Neese opposes. We'll go to a vote now on the original motion. All those in favor of the original motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Ms. Shaw. Okey doke. Before we get to item 5, a little bit of housekeeping. It's been 95 minutes since our last break. We could either take a break now or after item number 5. What would you guys prefer? Now, we'll be back in 10 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, it's
18 units.
400. Ridiculous.
Then how?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You take your seats. If our clerk, Miss Bowman, read number 5.
Okay, this is a joint public hearing for annexation 2602 and zone change 1079. It's a long subdivision. Resolution approving annexation 2602, a parcel of land generally located west of Shiloh Road and north of Hesper Road. Staff recommends conditional approval. And then item B is resolution for zone change 1079, same description. And the zoning commission recommends approval and adoption of the 10 review criteria.
Right.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So tonight on the docket, we have the annexation and zone change regarding the long subdivision lots 1, 2, 3, and 4, more colloquially referred to as the property being used by Knife River Corporation. The area is about 144 acres in size. The zoning, they are intending to go from agricultural to a mixture of zones, corridor mixed use 2, mixed neighborhood 3, annex 3, and P1 zoning. Before I continue on with my presentation, I would like to share with you that the applicant has requested a delay for this item and staff supports this decision. The reasoning for the delay is at the time that this was placed on the agenda, the applicant and staff did not have a mutually agreed to develop annexation agreement. Respecting the wishes of the council, we would not have been able to add all the items together at the same meeting. So with that respect, we would request that the item be moved to the next city council meeting on May 11th. Last I was informed, as of last Friday, I believe, we did, in fact, reach a mutual agreement, and that's already been slated for the May 11th meeting. So everything is going to be at the next meeting if the delay is granted.
Thank you. I believe we still need to have a public hearing regarding this item? No?
Yes.
Yes, we do. Ms. Dahl, public hearing only on C, or
I'm sorry, Mayor and Council, do you have the agenda open in front of you? Thank you. I apologize. 5A, you need to, A and B, you need to open the joint public hearing. There does not need to be a public hearing. For C, council can simply vote to move that, to delay that to the next meeting. But you must open the joint public hearing for the zone change.
For A and B,
That's
thank
correct,
you. So
yes.
we will have a public hearing for 5A and 5B.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. Mayor, may I ask a question?
Yes, Ms. Shaw.
Okay, my question is, if we just have a motion to remove this item in its entirety, do we still need a public hearing?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
strange. The way city code is written, the procedure for zone changes does not allow council to take any action until you open the public hearing. That action includes delaying.
Thank you. So I'm going to open a public hearing and ask for anybody who wants to speak to this to come forward. You'll have your 3 minutes. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Mr. Aspenleiter.
Mr. Mayor, I would move to move agenda item number 5 from this council agenda and place it on the business agenda for May 11th.
Do we have a second for that? Mr. O'Donnell, it's been
That's not correct. It has to be moved to delay A and B and move item C to May 11th.
The most important is,
And
sorry,
to
Mayor, if I
keep
may.
public hearing open. Is that correct?
The public hearing does not need to be kept open. The notice will be published again. The most important part is that essentially that council is approving the request to delay the zone change. All the other items can be moved without the issue of opening a public hearing. So you've opened the public hearing for the zone change. You can accept the request to delay it to the May 11th meeting.
So I think that's what Mr. Aspenleiter requested.
He's moved. We actually need to accept the delay. It's different between just moving it. We have to accept the delay request.
Mr. Aspenleiter?
I don't really care. I mean, whatever it needs to say to get it to the May 11th meeting, can we just do that?
So I think Mr. Aspenleiter has agreed to use the correct verbiage in his motion, and we have a second. Is there any discussion regarding that?
Can we get the motion so that our parliamentarian to make sure it's correct and we don't have to renotice the project?
Thank you, Mr. Neese. Mr. Aspenleiter has made a motion to accept the delay, the request to delay to a later meeting.
That's my understanding of the motion, yes.
Okay. So are we good, Mr. Neese? All right. Thank you. Any discussion regarding the motion? Let's vote. So all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. That motion carries unanimously. Now, item C, we can accept the motion
Mayor
to.
Nelson? I'm sorry, who was it that did the second of that motion?
Mr. O'Donnell.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to item 5C, and we could accept a motion to move that to May 11th.
Motion to move that to May 11th.
And we have a second from Mr. Boyette. Any discussion regarding the motion? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote on that. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, say no. That passes unanimously. Now we'll move on to item 6.
Joint public hearing for annexation 2603 and zone change 1078, Barber Farm subdivision. Resolution approving annexation 2603, a parcel of land generally located north of Central Avenue, south of Broadwater Avenue, and west of 44th Street West. Staff recommends conditional approval. And then item B is the resolution for zone change 1078, same legal description, and the zoning commission recommends approval and adoption of the 10 review criteria.
Thank you. Before you get started, Mr. Aspenleiter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be recusing myself from participating in discussion and voting on agenda item 6 in its entirety.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
This is a joint public hearing with annexation petition 26-03 and zone change 1078. This is a planned neighborhood development zoning, which is a tool that we use to for properties that are 10 acres or more when they're being annexed into the city. It allows the city the ability to require a mix of the zoning districts when incorporating into the city limits. It also allows us to do a phased annexation, but adopt the full zoning plan in advance. So the process, although it's a joint hearing, you will have to take action separately on the zone change and annexation. And as stated earlier in the meeting, it was a while ago, so just to recap, the zone change, we did receive a valid protest, so that requires a 2/3 vote in order to approve, the 2/3 vote of the majority of the voting members in order to approve that. And the third portion, of course, is the ward boundary. If annexed, this would be in Ward 4. Yes, 5, sorry. Okay, so upon approval, phase 1 of the annexation is highlighted in yellow. And then phase 2 is highlighted in the red, which is the northern portion of the property. When considering an annexation, it must be in an appropriate zone of the limits of annexation map. The city must be able to provide services. Public improvements must be up to city standards. There are requirements of property owners that they have to sign within the annexation agreement. We have to evaluate density and land use to ensure that it's consistent with the growth policy plan and map. This property is within Zone 1 of the annexation petition area. So here is your vicinity map, and I'm trying to expedite my presentation so that you can get to the next. Our agent has quite a bit more information to provide for you. Just a little recap, this was before City Council at the end of 2025, and the applicant withdrew their application for the property to reevaluate and try to accommodate some of the concerns with the neighboring subdivisions. With that, a couple of the concerns would be mitigated within the annexation agreement. They negotiated with Public Works to allow a pedestrian-only access to the northern subdivision, Cloverleaf. That would be restrictive, no vehicular access at this time. That would happen in phase 2 of the annexation. The second one that was implemented and requested by the applicant and their agent was to require planting of trees to the north and west property boundaries. Quick overview of the existing zoning: agricultural, residential use is allowed now. And then the proposed residential N2 allows single and 2-family residential zones. And 3, currently under the zoning code, allows single family. With the legislative in place, we cannot restrict them from putting in duplexes. NX1 and CMU1 are single and multifamily residential allowances with some commercial neighborhood uses as well. And then the public parks and open space. There's a few parklets within the proposed development that they've added as well with regard to community concerns. Current zoning is agricultural. And then the proposed surrounding is rural residential 1 to the north and, excuse me, to the east. To the west is N4 neighborhood residential. And then there is corridor mixed use and a mixed use to the south of Central Avenue. The new zoning and district includes a corridor mixed use one along Central, which mirrors the south side, with NX1 buffering in between the CMU and the N2 and N3 zones. The majority of the development is under N2 and N3, which is your residential along the exterior portion, also requested by the neighboring properties. The Zoning Commission is affording recommendation of approval and adoption of the proposed review criteria. It meets the goals of the growth policy with regard to strong neighborhoods, home base, and essential investments. It also meets the intent of the West Billings neighborhood plan with regard to smart development patterns that use the land efficiently. Adjacent zoning and uses are compatible. The CMU zoning across Central is compatible with what's proposed for CMU on the north side. The residential districts are compatible with the neighboring residential districts. It's residential to residential. I do have this slide in, but I am gonna move past it quickly. As I stated, the agent has a lot more detail about density that he's going to explain. And just a couple photos of the property we had to post during the April blizzard we had. So I referred back to my previous photos that are a little bit more descriptive here. That concludes my presentation. I would ask that in lieu of asking staff questions at this point, to hear the agent's presentation, because a lot of your questions will probably be answered during that time.
Very well, thank you. Yes, sir.
Currently, it's zoned, what is it zoned now? It's agricultural county, is that correct?
Currently, yes.
What could they put in there now under the county rules? If you just left it as the county? Any idea?
Under the agricultural zone district, any agricultural, they can do, I mean, a feedlot, equestrian facilities, anything to do with agricultural.
Did you share it off of Zoom?
Mr. Mayor and Council, my name is Taylor Kasperick. I'm with Performance Engineering. We're the agent for this application, both for the current owners of the property, which I'll refer to as the Barber Sisters, as well as Mr. Cal Kunkel, who would be the developer of this project. I'd like to say thank you to Karen as well, and as duly noted from past presentations tonight, that short and sweet was appreciated. And so I'll try to not repeat items that Karen went through and hit the high notes as I'm going through. So just looking back at the history of this project, we were here back in November of 2025. And at that meeting, both from the neighborhood as well as the council at that time, there were concerns raised about particular aspects of the project. Since that time, we've taken the opportunity to speak directly with representatives of each neighborhood, as well as reevaluate what we're putting forth in this proposal. As you can see, comparing the previous proposal on the right to what we're currently looking at tonight, on the left, we've made some pretty sweeping changes, including changing up to 43% of the proposal from N2 to N3, which was a request from the neighbors, as well as removing the NX1, which allows up to 4 plexes from that northern portion along Broadwater. That's in direct response to both the neighbors' requests as well as council at the time. In addition to that, we've nearly doubled the amount of parkland and open space that we're calling for in this application, going from about 2 acres to just over 4 acres. As Karen noted, we've made the offering to be good neighbors to provide additional trees and plant additional trees along that western boundary and the northern boundary. And to codify that or show that we are actually intending to do that, have asked for that to be included within the annexation agreement. Lastly, and I think very importantly, in particular to the residents of Cloverleaf subdivision, we coordinated with city staff over the last few months to remove the vehicular connection from this development to the north through Cloverleaf on Bluegrass Drive West. That's not being required. If for whatever reason that was added in the future, that would be solely directed by the city at the time that Cloverleaf is either annexed or it's needed for other purposes. Not to recap everything that Karen went through, I would just like to note that 43% of our application is N3, which is the lowest density zone district you could possibly apply for within the city. 42% of our application is N2, which is the second lowest density that anybody could apply for within the city of Billings. So 85% of our application are the two lowest density zone districts that you could possibly apply for within the city. Speaking of density, based on the amount of roads that we are planning on within this development and the way the zoning code reads as far as a minimum lot frontage per foot of road, we anticipate that you could fit approximately 360 lots on this development. Given that a lot of those lots allow for duplexes as well as 1 to 4plexes, the maximum allowable unit count for this development as proposed would be just shy of 800 units. The maximum allowed density would be just shy of 800 units. Yes, can you hear me better now? Great. With that being said, our proposed density is roughly half of that. So we're planning not being anywhere close to that maximum density, but about half of it, which is close to what we were anticipating previously. To talk a little bit about what our planned project is, I think it's easiest to reference current projects that are ongoing. The local developer, Mr. Kyle Kunkel, he's from Billings. He's been developing in Billings for over 25 years. And with that has come experience as well as a repeated product that he knows what people are desiring and has modified that over time to continually make it better and better and better. The most recent project that is currently under construction is called Big Island Townhomes, which is out off of King Avenue West and about 46th Street. Looking at an aerial view of that development, which you can see up on the screen, Mr. Kunkel has started to prioritize open space for his residents, which are Billings residents, finding that they desire the single level for lease product that plan to provide. Now, how our proposal correlates to the growth policy, it considers 3 different scenarios. Our proposal at about 6 units per acre falls directly in line with the low density and the medium density scenarios that the growth policy considers. I'd be remiss if we didn't also look into the future as far as what Billings 2045 is also considering. The subject property is identified as being urban residential and urban residential mixed. Our proposed density of roughly 6 units per acre is on the low end of that urban residential zone district, which is intentional from the standpoint that we're trying to blend higher density city developments to the south to the adjacent county neighborhoods to the north and west. This is the example that Karen had on there previously. When considering the county developments to the northwest and further down to the east, those county densities are on the order of 1 to 2 units per acre. What largely drives that lower density in county developments is the fact that they need to fit wells, septic systems, and other infrastructure that makes those lots larger than it would be within the city. For a city development being served with water and sewer, that additional space for a well and a septic system is not needed, which allows for a higher density. And I make that point from the standpoint that county development and density is not comparable to city density. but that says nothing to the fact of having a residential use next to a residential use is still a compatible scenario. Now, I may spend some time on this slide just because I think it is of utmost importance. So looking back 5 years, the city has planned for this property to be served and annexed into the city, as shown by multiple projects that it's undertaken and investment that has been made. Back in 2023, the city completed the Monad Road Sewer Extension Project, which was a $3 million investment to extend sewer down along Monad Road that would eventually serve this property. Additionally, in 2024, the city completed the Central Avenue Water Main Extension, which was roughly $1 million. That was to pull water out Central Avenue to serve both this property and the property to the south. These type of investments by the city would not provide a return on investment developing as a low density piece of property. The only way for the city to actually realize a return on investment of those is for a density that we're proposing, which allows for the cost of service to be attributed over time. Going into the concerns that we have heard from the neighbors, primarily density, traffic generation, for purchase versus for lease, adjacent property values, and park space. I did, as a lot of you may know, I did provide a lot of this information ahead of time and it's in your packet. So I'll try to breeze through a lot of it, but if you have questions on any items, I'd be happy to answer them at the end. As noted previously, our density at about 6 units per acre is directly in line with both the current growth policy as well as the Billings 2045 growth plan looking into the future. I would also be remiss if I didn't note that this project will likely be built out over 10 to 12 years. This isn't going to be 300, 360 units coming online all at once. As past projects have shown, this will likely be taken down in about 100 unit phases, which really gives both the city and the developer time to fill up those units, as well as plan for future improvements that may be necessary and really realize what that traffic generation looks like. I'll note again, 85% of this proposal is N2 and N3, which are the two lowest dense zone options available in the city of Billings. In regards to traffic concerns, it's fitting that that Yellowstone County is currently investing $1 million in improving 48th and Central Avenue. They're installing traffic signals, turn lanes at that intersection, which will make an immediate and noted impact on the traffic along Central Avenue. Additionally, we've conducted a traffic impact study for this development to see what the additional trips that are generated from this development, how that would impact the adjacent road network. Coming out of that traffic impact study, it was identified that we would need eastbound left turn lanes and westbound right turn lanes to get into this project. The chief benefit of those improvements that would be constructed by the developer is that it gets residents of this development off Central Avenue so that through traffic can continue on coming either into town or back out to the county. Additionally, it's identified intersections that would be contributed to financially so that the city and or county can utilize those funds to improve those intersections at the time that the impact's felt or down the road when further development, not just this development, necessitates the improvement of those intersections. As was noted previously, the connection through to Cloverleaf subdivision at Bluegrass Drive West has been removed from this application after further coordination with staff. This project will be built out over 10 to 12 years, meaning that the potential impact of this project will be seen over time, not all at once. And lastly, as you can see on the map there, Broadwater Avenue is planned to connect over to Shiloh Road in the future. It's currently half dedicated from the Yegan property to the north, and Billings Clinic owns the property to the south, and it's already annexed into the city. So it's a matter of time between one of those or both of those properties develop, and Broadwater Avenue is connected over to Shiloh, providing another east-west collector from 48th Street to Shiloh Road. There's a lot of concern regarding for purchase versus for lease. Frankly, it's not a consideration of the city, nor should it be. Both both land development types and both housing options are completely necessary within the city of Billings. 30 to 40% of all housing is leased, and so there's a vast majority or vast proportion of our community that needs for lease options when considering housing. This is directly related and confirmed within the existing growth policy, which I'm not going to read them verbatim, but calls for smaller, single unit, affordable rental units, which is exactly what this project would be. As it relates to concern regarding adjacent property values, it's understood that that would be a concern for the established neighborhoods to the north and west. With that being said, both at the national level and at the local level, there's been no evidence or studies that have found that multifamily developments, for lease developments, reduce the property values of those homes that are adjacent to them. At the national level, institutions like Harvard, UCLA, Shelterforce, they all look into this at a very high level because it's a common concern. And none of those studies find that there's any evidence that that is actually the reality. Looking more local, I think you can look at two new developments, including both Annafeld and Ridgeline subdivision, which have both for sale and for lease properties. If developers knew, and if it was true, that for lease properties diminish the property value of their for sale product, they would be cannibalizing their own developments and they wouldn't do it. A more established local example would be Forest Park, which is a very highly desirable neighborhood within the city. Directly across the street on directly across 24th Street, there's 12 plexes, Billings Housing Authority apartments, roughly 114 units at a density of about 14 units per acre. Forest Park is still one of the most desirable neighborhoods in the city, and the home prices reflect that, even with multifamily for lease property across the street. To take that a step further, and there's a lot more information within the packet that I submitted, but we did work with local realtors to do an appreciation analysis of a local example being the Zimmerman Apartments. They're west of Zimmerman, north of Grand Avenue. Within the last 5 years, just shy of 800 rental units have been built within that area. There's a very well-established neighborhood north of that on Colton Avenue, and in looking at 24 homes that have sold over the last 8 years, 23 of those homes appreciated at an average rate of 8.7%. If it was true that multifamily residential developments decrease property values, it would be seen in that example, and it truly just was not. As far as park space goes, I noted previously that we've doubled the amount of park space that we're planning on and showing in this proposal. We've got 4 distinct small neighborhood parks. They've been intentionally sized for activities such as basketball courts, pickleball courts, and playgrounds. Additionally, we've got 3 smaller parklets that are sized to accommodate sitting areas with picnic tables, grills, a real place where the development can meet and commingle. In closing, we've worked to address the neighborhood concerns as well as concerns that were voiced at council the last time we were here. This proposal meets all the statutory criteria for a zone change within the city of Billings and complies with the P&D process that the city's outlined to get a development exactly like this. While this proposal is not comparable to the adjacent county neighborhoods, it is compatible. We're proposing residential uses adjacent to residential uses. Our planned density is a step down from higher density development south of Central that was approved 2 years ago, and is a blend of that density and the lower density development of the surrounding county properties. The patio townhomes we're proposing are consistent with the state's, cities, and growth policies housing initiatives, which I think if you refer back to a previous item on tonight's agenda, are in desperate need within the city. We're talking about providing affordable housing options, or attainable housing options is probably the more appropriate term, and this would provide exactly that. Lastly, I'd request City Council to accept the recommendations of the planning staff and the zoning commission and approve the application. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I'd also like to note that the developer is in the crowd this evening and would like to say a few words after I'm done as well.
Before we get started on that, should we hear from the developer? Would you like to hear them? Okay, why don't you bring him up?
Thank you.
I'm going to make for sure. Can you hear me well enough?
Everybody okay?
Okay, yeah.
Yes, we can. Thank
so
you.
real quick, I'm the neighborhood that I want to build. The people who are going to live there.
Could you give us your name? I'm sorry, we didn't get that
I'm
for
sorry.
the record.
My name's Cal Kunkel. My address is 2729 Aspen Way, and I'm here tonight with my wife Mandy. And so this neighborhood doesn't have a voice right now, right? It's just me. And there will be in, say, 10 years, like 600 voices. So if we all get 3 minutes, I'll only be here for like 30 hours. So anyhow, one thing about affordable housing, the neighborhood that I build is a market rate properties. So when I say affordable, I mean just like a good deal and a good price and a good value. I don't mean it's government subsidized. Nothing wrong with that, but I just want to make sure because affordable means a lot of different things nowadays. This should be like maybe 3 minutes, okay, not too long. Hello, Mayor Nelson and the members of the City Council. I'm Cal Kunkel. I'm one of the owner members of this proposed neighborhood. I'm a Billings native, born and raised. My wife, Mandy, is here with me. First, let me say, I think this is important. I think when this is all said and done tonight, I think it's important for us all to, I say, let's live and let live. I think that's important. Let's build something. Let's create something. Let's dream and be inspired. Let me talk about Happy Homes. Happy Homes is about building and creating a neighborhood for Billings citizens to enjoy a happy and bright future. A nice home is a comfort and a luxury. A home where you can dream, be inspired, and live your best life. I love our customers, and I'm happy and proud to build the homes for them to enjoy. We have built over 20 new development properties in Billings over the past 25 years from the ground up. And we have built over 23 new properties in Helena, Rapid City, South Dakota, Cheyenne, Wyoming, Rexburg, Idaho Falls, Pocatello, and Twin Falls, Idaho. We build a niche housing type. It's a single-level patio home, a single-level home with an attached garage. Nobody lives above you. Park your car and truck in the garage. No stairs for people with bad knees like me. Front yards and backyards with patios. Long driveways for big trucks. Our homes are ever evolving. Now, building mainly duplexes rather than buildings with more units, right? Just 2 homes per building. The yards have more elbow room and lots of trees. I really want a lot of trees. Shorter streets create less drive-by traffic. On the Barber Farm land, we are going to create and build a special neighborhood. We want a coffee shop, bakery, breakfast lunch cafe, and hopefully a neighborhood fitness center. This will be a great benefit for all the nearby neighborhoods and will create businesses, jobs, and will contribute to the local economy. The plan is to build 3 phases over the next 9 to 12 years. Homes will be ready in about 2 years to live in. The plan shows 360 homes, and that's homes, not duplexes, 360 homes, but could end up around 300. So to change the subject, I want to talk about the quality of life in Billings as a top priority for people and our leaders. Cost of living is a big determining factor when discussing quality of life. Cost of housing, number one expense for most people are rising and expensive housing costs. How do we make housing more affordable? The solution, there's really one main solution. By far, the best way to neutralize and lower housing costs is to build more housing. Any and every type helps. 35% of the citizens of Billings lease their homes. That's around 40,000 people. They pay property taxes and, in turn, city taxes equally as homeowners do. These folks have earned the right to live in good, safe neighborhoods and live in nice and new homes. This is an infill project. Utilities are right there. The sewer and water is right there. It's just sitting there. I think Taylor said the city has paid $3 million to get these utilities there. This neighborhood will create property taxes of over $800,000 a year. We have built at least 3 properties in Billings and at least 1 in Twin Falls that after the properties were built and finished, home builders built homes right next to us. Why would home builders build next to us if their homes would be devalued by our property? The truth is, these homes and properties have never devalued anybody's home. And I should know better than anybody. I've built 43 of these projects, and it simply is not true. We are here to build affordable homes for lease at a great value to our customers. I believe those units right there, that 1 bedroom, 1 bath there, is going to be leased for $12.99 a month, which is great workforce housing, retired people, great prices. We really bring a good value to these folks. Proven and time tested by far, without a doubt, approving and voting yes for this zoning and annexation helps Billings lower the cost of housing, lower the cost of living, and help increase the quality of life for all of Billings citizens. Respectfully and humbly, Mayor Nelson and all the members of the City Council, please vote yes for this project. It's going to be a special neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, okay, questions for our presenters. Mr. Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor, for gentlemen from Performance Engineering. I would assume that most people would use Central coming out of this development. The Central is just an old country road. What's the plans to make that a better road? Because I've been on a lot and it's ugly right now. Can you help me?
Yeah, and thank you for the question, Councilmember Boyette. Mr. Mayor and Council, so Central Avenue, in talking with city engineering staff, they're going to be evaluating that as far as where it prioritizes on the capital improvements plan coming up here, as well as how it would align within the transportation improvement plan, or the TIP that you actually voted on earlier tonight. The reality is that it's developments like this that drive those projects higher up the CIP plan, higher up the TIP plan. Obviously, we'll be making our own improvements to Central Avenue, including the turn lanes that was discussed, to really help out with the traffic that we will be generating. Now, that does nothing for county development out further west of town that would be utilizing Central to come into town in the morning, going back out in the county in the evening, but it will mitigate the traffic that's generated from this development. Without projects like this, I don't think Central would get prioritized highly on the city's capital improvements plan. So to answer your question, that is how Central Avenue from Shiloh Road to 48th Street would get built out fully, is through the city's capital improvements plan.
Anybody else? Mr. Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Tyler, I understand, I mean, this is all built around with county property, and so there's really not much you can do as far as connectivity. But it does look like you have either pocket parks, or is that what do you see these little green lines? It's kind of hard to see without are you putting these little pocket parks between some of the properties there?
Correct. Yeah. The pocket parts, like I alluded to in my presentation, I mean, those are sized and spaced to allow for, gathering areas, whether that be picnic tables, grilling stations, whatever it may be for the community. The larger park spread throughout the middle of the development is where kind of the amenities such as like a pickleball court, basketball court would be incorporated.
So it's kind of tough in a development like this to actually have good connectivity to your neighbors and through streets and stuff like that. And then you
Correct.
mentioned the fact that it's not going to go north. You're going to put a pedestrian, and that's, you said phase 2, or is that phase 3? Because I'm confused if it's 2 phases or 3 phases.
Yeah, so the annexation, and just to clarify that point, I appreciate the question. The annexation is set up to be annexed in 2 phases. Ideally, the city doesn't like to phase annexation to begin with, but in particular, if you start talking 3 phases of annexation, it gets to be pretty muddy. So we do have 2 phases of annexation proposed with this, but the reality is that it's probably going to be built out in 3 phases. So the 3rd phase would come, that would be the furthest north, and that's where the pedestrian connection to the north via Bluegrass Drive would occur.
And that'll be built at the end of phase 3, probably.
Correct.
I see. Okay, so even though you haven't actually built out the north end, it'll be annexed into the city, paying city taxes even before you start building on it.
Correct.
And I wish we had a slide to show what you kind of did show that prior that we saw last year versus this year. And I really want to compliment you on this, because this is the type of transition that I really like to see, because you got county property, which we don't have comparable zoning for them. All we have is N3, and you surrounded your property with N3, which is great. And then you transition into the higher density, which means you have to take the hit if there's any kind of immediate loss in that type of value. So I appreciate you really working on this and coming up with a really good transition. I did not like the transition last time, and this is I think you guys done a really good job in transitioning.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
Mr. Kennedy, then Ms. Aguirre.
I have a couple of questions. One is, you've talked about 2 phases building, but actually 3. Can you kind of tell me how many years through phase 1, phase 2, and then phase 3?
Yeah. So essentially, like you said, or Councilmember Kennedy, apologies. This project is intended to be built out in 3 phases. So each phase would be approximately about 100 units. We would start from south and work our way north. I can see where the confusion is as far as the annexation being proposed in 2 phases.
Sure.
But it might be annexed in 2 phases, but it's going to be built out in 3. Having 3 phases of annexation would be pretty messy, both from a tracking standpoint. And so even though it will be annexed in 2 phases, it can be built out in 3, and that's what we would intend to do.
And your build out is over 12 years?
Yeah, roughly 9 to 12 years. Obviously, that would be market driven, but based on the assumption that it's probably going to take about 2 years to get those first units constructed in the market, and then building another phase every 3 years, you're looking at about 9 years at the minimum, which is what we'd be looking at.
So one of the areas, and we had talked about this, I appreciate we're not connecting into Cloverleaf, Broadwater Avenue, that will connect to 44th out to 48th, and then over the Shiloh in the long run. When do you plan on Broadwater Avenue being built?
Yeah, and that Councilmember Kennedy, that's a tough question to answer, just because it's largely.
Just give me kind of an approximate.
Yeah, it may be constructed within that 10 to 12 year time frame. Yeagan's own the land to the north of Broadwater Avenue, and Billings Clinic owns the land to the south, and so it would largely be development driven based on those properties, similar to how we'll be constructing Broadwater from the northeast corner of Sundance subdivision to our eastern line. Either of those properties developing would construct Broadwater along their frontage.
Okay, along the the top area, the southern or the northernmost area of this, it's N3 with single or duplex buildings?
Correct.
Is that what you're planning?
Correct.
Okay. Looking at that, your denser area is to the south?
Correct. Yeah. NX1, which would be the highest residential use that we're proposing, is in between the CMU zoning, which is commercial, down along Central, stepping up to NX1, which is the higher density residential, allowing 1 to 4 units per building. Is kind of a buffer between that commercial use into our N2 and N3 zone districts.
So we're probably not going to see any traffic or anything near the northern edge of this property for at least 6 years, and then 10 to 12 before Broadwater ever gets built.
Yeah, I would say probably the 10 to 12 year time frame of when you'd see traffic along the northern portion of the development.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, I have one last question.
Go ahead, Mr. Kennedy.
Turn lanes on Central Avenue. How do you plan on doing the turn lanes in and out of this property? Because Central is narrow there. Are you widening Central between the property there and then doing ingress and egress in and out of this subdivision?
Correct. Yeah. So we would, by adding the turn lanes, it would essentially be widening Central Avenue, at least for the extents of those turn lanes. Typically, you're going to need a taper, coming into that turn lane as well as coming out of it. So it's probably a pretty good stretch of Central Avenue that would be widened while we're incorporating those turn lanes. The development directly to the south, Clearwater and 44 West, they also need to install turn lanes. So I'm sure there will be some coordination between our project and their project as far as constructing those turn lanes. So there's not construction after construction after construction along Central Avenue.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Aguirre, still you good? All right, Mr. O'Donnell.
Thank you. So I've listened carefully to your talks, your comments about traffic, which is my chief concern also. It seems to me that not just your development, but all developments west of town, there should be a moratorium until the arteries get widened. Right now, there is way too much traffic on Central and on Grand. When you get to where it's just 2 lanes, no shoulder at all on the whole thing, I just don't see how you can widen that unless you own property on the other side of the road. Do you own on the south side of Central?
So we do not own it, no, but 44 West and Clearwater subdivisions, they dedicated that right away as part of their platting, and we would be doing the same thing as part of this subdivision. So it would be a full 120-foot wide right of way.
Who's building it?
It would be the developers. Why?
At the time, when would it be done?
With this development, it would be in the first phase.
Okay. So what I'm looking at is, in terms of the bigger picture, is that there's development to the west, there's Shiloh, and I live like 4 blocks from the development right off of Shiloh and Central. So there's 2 lanes, it would widen and then go back into 2 lanes. It would still be a bottleneck to me. It seems to me that all development in the area until Central Avenue in particular is widened all the way is absolutely inappropriate.
I don't have a ton of comment for that other than that the traffic impact study that we've conducted for this project indicates that by incorporating the turn lanes, the traffic from this development will be mitigated. So,
Ms. Mayor, let me just comment. Except for you widen it in those turn lanes, but before and after, it would still be 2 lanes. It would still be a bottleneck in that area. Thank you.
Any other questions for our presenters? Mr. Neese.
Yeah, Mayor, I have a question for Karen. Karen, I'm just trying to understand the traffic that's west of there and the developments that are west of there. Is there any city developments farther west of where Barber is planning to build on this particular one? On Central?
Do not believe so at this time.
So all the traffic to the west is actually probably county traffic and county developments. And the county, do they require them to build out the roads when they put their subdivisions in?
No, they do not.
Okay. And so the only way these roads are probably going to be built is if we get people annexing into the city and building roads during that development. So that's
Correct.
the only, okay, that's the only time we're going to do that. So if we don't approve this, this road will never get developed.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for our presenters? Thank you to the three of you. All right, we will move to a public hearing for 6A and 6B, a resolution approving annexation and a resolution for zone change 1078. I understand we're going to have a number of people, so like before, please prepare yourselves, stand in line, tell us your name, where you live. We'd be interested to know if you're a city or county resident. And just one other thing, if y'all have pretty much the same thing to say, we'd love to hear it, but maybe in abbreviated fashion, say as I agree with the last presenter. I don't mean to abridge your free speech rights, but I just like to make that comment. So go ahead, start with you.
Thank you for allowing us to talk. My name is Susan Sullivan. I'm in the county. I live at 810 Bluegrass Place. I'm in Cloverleaf Meadows subdivision. I've been there for 33 years. I sent all of you a letter yesterday about my concerns, and I'll abbreviate those concerns because today more information was presented that this new subdivision would produce $800,000 a year of property taxes. There's a belief out there that our home values are not affected. So here's the real facts. Our neighbor, just 2 doors down from me, just sold his home for $225,000 less than what he had it on the market. If you believe that the realtors aren't chitter-chattering about what's going on in Cloverleaf and Sundance, you have to believe the for sale prices. Another neighbor just dropped their home $100,000. My letter that I gave to you has very high numbers in there about what happens when 500 homes are affected. Okay, but I'm just going to take it down to 49 homes in Cloverleaf. So if 49 homes have a reduced property value of $50,000, and it's happening, that amount is $2,450,000 a year. The Barber Farms, they said, was going to bring in $800,000. It doesn't pencil out, council members. It doesn't pencil out. You want my property values to stay high. I want so bad to have on my property tax statement a line for domestic abuse. You need my property values to stay high. In my letter to you, I also said my personal property taxes went up 25.4%. I'm so happy to pay that. I love where I live. You as council members have the obligation to increase property taxes. You have the obligation to protect the integrity of the neighborhoods. You have the obligation to listen to the citizens, not just the business developers. I implore you to look at the real numbers, and those real numbers I just presented to you. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council members. My name is Danielle Turner. I live at 618 Hollowell Lane. I am a manager with Happy Homes, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak here tonight. I bring 13 years of experience in property management, including nearly 10 years with Happy Homes, and I'm here to provide some clarity on the proposed neighborhood development and address some concerns. There seems to be a misconception of who our customers are. Our neighborhoods are designed to provide quality housing for a wide range of residents, from young professionals to retirees looking to downsize. We are intentional about who we bring into our neighborhoods and maintain a strict criteria process, including a minimum credit score, with average credit scores of 723 at one property and 689 at another. Our residents are financially stable and make meaningful contributions to local economies. Across several of our current properties, the average household incomes range from approximately $5,300 to $5,800 per month. The average age ranges within 3 of our neighborhoods are 39, 41, and 42, reflecting a mature and responsible resident base. In terms of who live in our neighborhoods, these are individuals who serve and support this city every day. They include the City of Billings police officers, Yellowstone County Sheriff deputies, therapists, physicians, chiropractors, nurses, retirees, and more. These residents take pride in where they live. They care for their homes responsibly and value maintaining a clean, well-kept environment. They are also individuals who prefer quiet, stable lifestyles, which contributes to a respectful and low-impact neighborhood atmosphere. There have been concerns raised about the possibility of increased crime. The truth is, we have many police officers, public safety members, and healthcare professionals who live in our properties. Our neighborhoods foster stability, pride of residents, and neighborhood engagement, factors that naturally support safety and reduce issues over time. These are the very people helping keep our neighborhoods safe. We've also heard concerns about overcrowding in schools due to an influx of families. While we absolutely welcome families, the majority of these proposed homes, approximately 60%, are one-bedroom, one-bath, single-level duplexes. These units are not typically suited for larger households, making significant increase in school enrollment unlikely. Beyond addressing concerns, this development brings a clear and measurable benefit. It will support local businesses by increasing consistent year-round customer traffic, not just occasional or seasonal demand, and contribute to the overall economic vitality of the area. More residents nearby means stronger support for small businesses, restaurants, and service providers, helping them grow and remain stable. At the end of the day, these are hardworking individuals who deserve access to quality housing throughout our city. They pay property taxes, contribute to the economy, and are a part of what makes this community strong. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Liz Schwartz. I live at 4115 Cocoa Beach Way, which is one of the patio homes at the Sapphire subdivision. And I'm here tonight to advocate for the development of this new community. And I just want to share a personal perspective as one of the renters and why I'm grateful for communities like this. I hope you'll consider that well-managed apartment communities provide housing for responsible workers, like the last speaker said. But in my case, I've spent the last 2 decades teaching middle school and coaching speech and debate in the county. And I am born and raised in Billings, and I'm proud to be able to continue living here. I didn't always rent. I was a homeowner for many years. But after a house fire and a divorce, and looking at today's housing prices and interest rates, homeownership is just not something I can make work right now. So renting has allowed me to stay in the community where I teach, and instead of having to move farther away. It allows me affordable living so that I can continue to save money, and maybe someday I can be worried about selling my house for $100,000 less than I want. Second, I'd just like to share my experience for living in the Sapphire apartment community made up of patio homes, very similar to those that are proposed for this development. This community is made up of people like me, young professionals, healthcare workers, retirees, and we just want a safe place to come at the end of the day, and maybe just a little peace and quiet after teaching middle school all day. The reality is that not everyone can own a home at every stage in life, and developments like this make sure that people who work here can afford to live here, Creating more affordable housing keeps rental prices in check and allows our community to have hard workers, nurses, employees, and teachers like me to enrich our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor and City Council. My name is Carmen Kyle, 4627 Sunburst Lane. I'm in Sundance Ridge subdivision. And I just kind of want to voice a few things. I just feel a little bit like maybe the cart gets put in front of the horse sometimes. I have looked at the CIP, I've looked at the TIP. I know these things can be changed, but there is nothing in there for Central. There is currently nothing in the 5-year plan for 48. That is something that has me a little bit concerned because there's a lot of projects to juggle. And it would be really nice for the community to know that we're trying to do something to rectify some of the traffic situations. And so I do think that's quite important, and I'm glad it has been mentioned. But also, I just wanted to thank you for your service. I actually downloaded your agenda packet, the whole 824 pages, and I will be very honest, that was very daunting. So I respect what you're doing here today. But in that process, I found out that the information relating to Barber Farm subdivision was on page 491. And I kind of went through a little bit of that because I wanted to look at it and understand it a little better. One of the things that I noticed was that they did reference schools, and they did reference the over-enrollment, specifically with Meadowlark. 644 enrolled students, 460 is the capacity. They also mentioned the high school. They've got an enrollment of 2176, a capacity of 1731. That seems like something that we need to address right up front and come up with a plan. The other thing that kind of caught my eyes was the fire department resources. There was a mention in there that due to all the development, that maybe they need to look at the fire department resources. And I do think that's something that should be considered at some point. Police was another thing that was mentioned. And it said that the safety levy was passed, which gave them more money to work with, more financial money to work with. However, they also said with all these development that there's going to have to be more money to come in order to be able to police the area appropriately. There's other examples as well, if you read through all the details. The other thing I noticed was on page 492, it says Subdivision Improvement Agreement, a Central Avenue subdivision. This proposed subdivision will be heard at a future meeting. What is Central Avenue subdivision? What's going to be proposed at a future meeting? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor and City Council members, can you hear me? My name is Janelle. I'm a resident of Sundance Subdivision, which is adjacent to the Barber Farms 1078 zoning request change and annexation to the city. Once again, I stand before you to express my opposition of this proposed higher density housing development of Happy Homes, which will include a minimum of 360 duplex housing units. From the beginning of the process, we have been thwarted in our expressions of not wanting the development added to our area. Adequate time was denied to protest due to misinformation from the city office. We should have been given that time from the start, which was in 2025. In the April 17th zoning meeting, it was stated a mistake was made and we were given till April 24th to do the protesting paperwork. A 152 feet area from the property line of the Barber Farms is not an accurate protest area. This affects the whole neighborhood of Sundance Subdivision as well as Cloverleaf Subdivision. Happy Homes is not compatible with the character of the surrounding residential subdivisions. We do not have significant concerns on Central Avenue traffic. The 44th Street West subdivision will put further strain on Central Avenue. With the aesthetics and the layout concerns relating to this proposed project, there are no single-family homes being placed in this proposal. Why is that? This many rentals will lower our home prices and increase crime, with concerns about the long-term neighborhood stability. A study from Harvard was introduced into the April 7th zoning meeting, as well as tonight, stating there is no fact showing lower home prices or increased crime. However, this study was not conducted in Billings, Montana, or recently for that matter, so that study is mute and outdated. Once again, I do object to the annexation and the zone changes. This area needs to stay in the county. The Barber Farm family knows the benefit of the county, as they have requested that they not be included in the annexation. They want to stay in the county. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Mike Brushwine. My address is 1210 Blackberry Way. I live in the city, and I am the real estate broker representing the Barber sisters. I would like to take a moment to speak on behalf of my clients and to offer you their perspective. The Barber family has farmed, the Barber family has farmed this land for over 80 years. It's a 3-generation farm. This isn't just a piece of property to them. It's their family's legacy and their livelihood. And for decades, they've watched this part of Billings grow up and change around them. Neighborhood after neighborhood has developed on all sides of their farm. And through all of it, not once have the Barbers raised any protest. They've never shown up to a city council meeting to protest a neighboring development. They've been patient, gracious neighbors and have respected the rights of the developers and neighboring property owners around them. And now their farm has become an island amongst the surrounding neighborhoods and developments. And farming land that's now surrounded on all sides by neighborhoods isn't easy. Moving large equipment in and out of the property while remaining mindful of the safety and well-being of the neighboring residents has become increasingly difficult. So, after 80 years, 3 generations of hard work on this land, it's their turn. It's their turn to exercise their right to sell their property and to move forward. The buyer the Barbers have chosen has a proven track record of success right here in Billings. He's built over 20 developments in this community that cater to both younger working residents and to retired individuals looking for an affordable, quality place to call home. And with each of those developments, similar concerns have been raised, concerns that, to my knowledge, have never come to fruition. We believe the proposed single-level patio home community fits well with the other development going up in the area, and at this point, we genuinely believe that the developer has taken his time and done everything he possibly could do to address the concerns of the surrounding neighbors. He's adjusted the zoning, added the landscaping buffers, increased the number of parks for basketball and pickleball courts, as well as addressed a number of other concerns. This revised application incorporates all of the requests provided by the surrounding neighbors and presents a development that fits squarely within the growth plan laid out by the City of Billings. We respectfully ask the City Council to recognize the good faith demonstrated on all sides and vote in favor of the Barber Farm development tonight. Thank you for your time and for all you do for this community. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor, City Council members. I'm Derek Bartel. I'm the business manager for Happy Homes Apartments. Just want to touch base a little bit what Taylor was talking about with the traffic, the 6 items he had there. Just a quick reminder, there was a traffic study conducted, and one of the staff members of the planning committee, community services, said the project will have minimal impact on the area traffic operations. As mentioned before, there's currently a fully operational traffic light being constructed as well on 48th and Central. So there is development occurring on Central as we speak. It just takes time. Within the traffic study, it was recommended that our project provide turn lanes on the east and west, like we've reiterated. We agreed, and this recommendation does help mitigate traffic flow disruptions. So the Billings residents or county can continue their route as pleased. Our engineers have worked tirelessly with the city of Billings on eliminating the south connection into Cloverleaf community so that there would be no traffic concerns there. We listened and heard the concerns, and we got that accomplished. Our development also does not affect Grand Avenue and has zero impact on that north side of Cloverleaf. So I know that was a discussion. I do want to stress, and again, Taylor did a good job. This is a 10 to 12 year project. So it's not like 360 units are just going to be dumped in 2 to 4 years. This will be spanned out within that time span. In the future, Broadwater will be built out. I don't know the logistics or when that will happen, 10 to 12 years, but that'll help eliminate any traffic concerns and flow as well. So I just wanted to reiterate that, and thanks for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Dean Kyle. I live at
Mr. Kyle, just move that microphone a little closer to your mouth there.
Start all over. Mayor and Council, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I live at 4627 Sunburst Lane. I oppose the Barber Farm Zone Change Request 1078. It does not meet the 10 statutory review criteria and it is inconsistent with the subdivisions bordering this property. The Billings 2045 Community Survey had 1,129 total respondents, with 737 people saying they wanted to see more single-family detached homes. We at Sundance Subdivision circulated our own community-wide protest petition over the week of April 19th, 2026. And I have a copy of this for each of you I'd like to give you. And the results on that were, at just one sweep through, 98 people opposed the change and only 2 people supported that change, and they were somehow job attached. So what this information tells me is that the people in this community don't want duplexes, they want single-family homes to build a real future. Also, the Yellowstone County Capital Improvement Plan TIPS and the City Transportation Improvement Program, CHIP program, have no real road improvement plans for Central and 48th Street West for the next 5 years. The surrounding schools are at or have surpassed capacity. According to the city Billings website, Meadowlark Elementary School has currently enrolled 644 students at a capacity of 460. Ben Steele is currently at 738, and their capacity is 750. West High is currently at 2176, and their capacity is 1731. Some of this is a little bit repeat. The Billings Fire Department currently serves this area, and they will need additional resources to maintain the high level of services due to the increase call for volume and the burden that these annexations create. This project is better suited for inside the existing Billings city limits to infill vacant land with established infrastructure and not take away valuable single-family home sites that people really want. I approve these. If approval of these high-density rentals is approved, they're not going to help the community. They're going to make a due hardship on traffic, schools, property values, facilitate crime. So I just ask that you will vote no on the 1078.
Thank you, Mr. Kyle.
I would like to give these to you if I could. Have a copy for you.
Just hand them to Ms. Stahl over there or Mr. Kowalski. I almost called you Miss Davis again. I'm sorry, Gina.
Hello, Council. My name is Tony Gaffke. I reside at 4602 Leahona Lane. I've expressed my concern last fall in the city or in the county zoning, and to this council for the city. So I won't be redundant in what I'm going to say. I would just make a few comments, and then hopefully I can get some clarification from the developer. I live at, again, 4602 Leahona Lane. I am directly west of that, and I understand that there's a ditch right, and again, I'd stand corrected on any of this, that there's a ditch going north to south and a ditch right there, and then there's an 18-foot easement. I believe it's an ingress into our properties that border that north to south, or that Barber Farms and our Sundance subdivision. My comment, hybrid question is, as a landowner there, I would like to, at some point, build a permanent shed or building there. I've checked with the city and I've checked with the county. Very conclusive that I understand that a building there is not advisable if it's a permanent building. My question and or comments on this are, everybody that borders that has an 18-foot easement. It's a very large easement, and I understand ditch rights, I understand water rights, I understand anybody downstream has to have those ditch rights. The concern that I'd have is that if this subdivision should go through, I'd like to see if the developer might consider an abandonment of that ditch and possibly modification of that 18-foot easement. It's very large. 18 feet is a lot of ingress into our properties, and all those homes, again, to the east of this have that, if I understand my CCRs correctly, covenants, conditions, restrictions. So I would like to, again, there's my comments. I'd like to see if I could formulate that question towards the developer to see if they know that that ditch would be abandoned, and that ditch right would be abandoned, and that easement could possibly be modified to something smaller. Understand it might be 5 feet, might be 9 feet. I would ultimately like to build something there permanent to the east of my property. So thank you for your time.
Hi. Oh, can you hear me? Okay. Hi, my name is Chelsea Thompson. I live at 531 Candlelight Lane. My property will back up to Barber Farms. We're at the northern end of it, kind of about 5 or 6 houses off of Broadwater. I'm going to start from the beginning. My husband and I have been homeowners in Yellowstone County since 2008. Our second home was at 3108 Country Club Circle. If any of you know where that's at, we unexpectedly had a 12-man unsupervised sober living house move in next door to us. If you want to know my true opinion on that, it's not good. So everyone told me if I didn't want to live next to that, then I should move out of city limits. So my husband and I worked really, really hard for years to build a home outside of city limits. We do that now just to have a high density area property move in right behind us. And it's frustrating because we worked really, really hard to get a property that we thought we'd be surrounded by the same properties, single family homes. Honestly, I would rather live next to a feedlot than this. So that is my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, before you start speaking, I think you kind of jumped in front of a guy here. Are you in line, sir?
Oh, hi. I apologize for that. Would you like to go? Just quick, my name's Mike Burvey. I live at 378 Lightstream Lane in Sundance. I'm a neighbor to it. I support this. Reason for that is the time it's been on the market. I personally don't see this going single family. I'd rather not see higher densities than what it's at. I like the height that is currently requested for zoning versus something else that might go taller, even if it's at the core of the property going higher. affecting things. I also support growth in Billings because I understand that's what it's going to take to get these roads improved. Yes, my kids go to Meadowlark. It is crowded. That's some things that I think the city and the community as a whole, everybody can get involved with, not just tonight at one council meeting. I've also been in these subject developments. I feel safe. I'd be comfortable letting my kids run around on the sidewalks, play. They're quiet. There's not a lot going on. And so those are the reasons that I support this project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I sent an email yesterday to all of you. I don't know if you got it and had a chance to read it or not. But so if you did, I won't.
Could you introduce yourself, sir? Could you introduce yourself? Tell us who you are.
What'd you say?
Could you please tell us who you are?
Oh, excuse me. Roger Aldinger. I live at 4610 South Woodhaven Way, Aldinger Acres, which is right contiguous to this property. Excuse me. I am not in favor of this, and I'm encouraging you to vote no because there are, for several reasons. First of all, I cannot begin to believe how it could be called compatible with the surrounding area and the adjoining areas, the adjacent and contiguous areas. All you got to do is drive out there and sit. You don't even have to drive into the subdivisions. It's so obvious. The only thing that's a little bit compatible would be what McCall is doing right now across on the other side of Central, and even that's not really what we're talking about here. All these homes that are contiguous or adjacent, 5 different subdivisions, right, lined up one after another, they're all custom-built single-family homes. I'm not against duplexes. I own some in the city of Billings, but they're not stacked one or on top of each other. Well, anyway. The other thing is, I don't believe that there's sufficient parks and trails because there is a private one in Cloverleaf or around Cloverleaf that was done when I did our subdivision along with that one. And that gets a lot of use from people who don't live there. It's maintained by the subdivisions, not the city, not the county. And that's going to get some more use without a doubt. The other issue of real concern, of course, as you guys have already mentioned, traffic, safety issue, fire, police getting in and out of there. Right now, as you know, the traffic is backed up from 48th Street all the way down to Shiloh and Grand, and it's getting that way on Central. I appreciate the stoplight that's being built right now on 48th and Central, but the traffic that's going to be created is going to be going east, not west. That's where the jam up is going to become. And that doesn't even take into consideration the fact that the city the school has already bought land for a high school just a few hundred yards away. What will happen when that's constructed? It's going to be a zoo. Anyway, and the final thing, I don't have the time, but I really believe that by doing this, you're putting the nail in the coffin of further development of single-family homes in West Billings. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor and Council, my name is Gary Workman. I'm a resident of Cloverleaf Meadows. I would like to say that there's been a lot of comparisons here with Forest Park subdivision, blah, blah, blah. If I'm not mistaken, that has a wall around it. And there's a reason for it. We don't have walls. We have 3 rails. And we look at the adjoining property and they look at us. Our city has a lot of land in the city that's just sitting there. It's been that way for a long, long time. Why don't we do our infill? That's going to bring in revenue. The utilities are there. I don't understand it. I do not understand why we don't deal with what we've had and fill it in. Lastly, I just want to say, I don't want to take any more of your time, but just because you can doesn't mean you should. Thank you.
Good evening, Councilman and Mayor. Steve Zabawa, 810 Bluegrass Place. It's kind of interesting. I had to go do some door-to-door knocking this last week, and we were allowed to do a protest at the last second here, where we should have been allowed to do that protest a long time ago, as far as on this annexation 1078. I went and took the protest out, and I didn't know who I was going to talk to. I walked up to, I didn't know where the barbers lived. I didn't know anybody in general. So I just started going knocking door to door, and 31 people out of 35 signed this protest saying they do not want this done in this location. Okay, think about it. We have nice subdivisions on all sides. Nice subdivisions. People have worked their whole life to be able to buy those homes and develop it. In Sundance, 5 years ago, another developer, similar, good-looking guy, came up and said, hey, we need to put 300 and some odd units in on this 50 acres at 48th and Central. You know what the county said? No. You know why? It didn't make any sense. It wasn't the right time. The improvements weren't there. All the things necessary to do it correctly. And you know what they did? The developer the next day went in there and said, okay, I'll build 150. And it got approved immediately. And right now, that's Sundance. And there's beautiful homes are everywhere, and it turned out great. And it's the American dream, the ability to build your own home on a piece of property. And what we're doing here is a different program. You know, all the rental properties on Happy Homes in particular, there's 500 of them over on 44th and King Avenue. You know what King Avenue has there? They got a 5-lane road. Then you got Shiloh's 5 lanes. Then you got all the amenities and resorts and things that you need to run a nice high-density place. This is nuts to build 360, and tonight I heard 800 possible. Are you kidding me? In this little 55-acre deal. Cloverleaf's got 50 homes and 50 acres. That's right next door. Sundance has 3 homes per acre. There makes 1/3 lots. The next place right next door is 1 home per acre in Wells. And now you're going to go to, the way I look at it, my math is 35, 36 acres for 360 homes because everything else is commercial or roads or having to do improvements. That's 10 units per acre. That's triple, quadruple what there currently are all around. Everything's home ownership here. There's no rentals here. There's no rentals in McCall's. There's no rentals in Wells Place. There's no Cloverleaf, none. Think about that. You know, so my point is the protest is real. The solution is simple. Put this thing on hold. Take a look at it. Wait until some of the amenities get put in there for this type of density. He can build 800 homes in 2 years. It doesn't say he has to build it over 10 years. All right? So he can move quickly. And he's a great builder. And I appreciate what he's done for the city of Billings and the hole he's filled. So I like Cal. I just think this is the wrong place at the wrong time.
Thank you,
way
Mr.
too
Bauer.
fast. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and council members and my neighbors. My name is Brenda Larson. I live at Cloverleaf Meadows, directly north of the Barber Farm. I want to just give you a little bit of history. At the start of this request in November of 2025, the city told us that a state law removed our right to protest, to use a protest petition. And then just 2 days before the April 7th Zoning Commission meeting, the city informed me that a protest right was actually valid all along. So we scrambled, and in less than 30 days, we secured the required protest signatures. It requires 25% of homeowners within 150 feet, but then we exceeded that number by collecting signatures from 85% of homeowners within 150 feet. And all are opposing zone change 1078. We gathered an additional 126 community signatures, specifically protesting this zone change. Thank you, Council, for accepting these signatures as evidence of our community's opposition. With this valid protest petition, zone change 1078 will now require a supermajority vote of council members eligible to vote tonight. I also wanted to put all of this into perspective with a scenario happening south of Central, that immense development that's happening there, and how that will also affect traffic studies and infrastructure. The cities, I wanted to walk through some key statutory criteria and highlight some of our city's growth policy and why this zone change proposal fails them. The city's growth policy asks us to direct new development where infrastructure exists and where safety, mobility, and emergency response can be protected. Putting 360 units on 55 acres of land just does the opposite. It puts dense urban traffic onto 2-lane country roads built for tractors and local cars, not for the volumes this project will generate. This similar density belongs in sites with existing multi-lane streets and transit options, not on county roads. So I want to tell you a little bit about our roads, Central and Grand, west of Shiloh. Do you know how big the shoulders are? Do you know how wide the shoulders are? Mr. O'Donnell's laughing. Some of it is 12 inches. Some of the roads actually do not have white edge lines because there's just not enough space. After the asphalt shoulder, it drops into an irrigation ditch. How deep are those ditches? If you've driven through there in the winter, you'll see cars overturned, stuck in the ditches. These are not safe. If you drive there, you'll see 0 curbs and no guardrails. I am speaking on behalf of several homeowners, if you don't mind. I just have one more minute. I did want to point out that we respect the need for housing, but
I'm sorry,
the dense
but we have to limit you to
duplexes of
3
this scale
minutes.
belong in places designed for urban traffic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Nelson, council members, my name is Shane Coleman. I'm a lawyer here in Billings. I live in the county. I live on Bluegrass. I'm representing several of the homeowners in this room tonight, as well as others who are probably not here. Respectfully, this project, this proposed annexation, does not come close to meeting the statutory criteria for approval tonight. Transportation alone, the transportation infrastructure simply isn't there, and it's not going to be there anytime soon. Central's a disaster. 48th is a disaster. The light going in at 48th and Central is not going to fix the traffic situation any more than the light at 48th and Grand did. Grand is also still a disaster. And of course, as was just mentioned, the shoulders are non-existent to speak of. We've got steep ditches and cars going off every single winter. Adding a couple of turn lanes off of Central into this project is not going to make the situation better. It's going to look like a bottleneck like every other part of Western Billings. Additionally, it is completely incongruous with the rest of the development. As has been said repeatedly, we've got 1 unit per acre to the north. We've got 2 units per acre to the west. Dan Wells tried to do a higher density subdivision where what is now Sundance. To Councilman Boyette's question earlier about what does the nature of this area look like county-wise, that's what the county would allow. They wouldn't allow them to expand it. And that's what the people at Sundance bought into. They bought into less density. Yes, this is the least dense portions of this project are the least dense that the city allows, but it doesn't need to be in the city in the first place. This is a great project for infill. This is not infill. This is not close to infill. Infill happens somewhere other than the very far outskirts of the city of Billings, where the roads are simply not there, the schools are simply not there, public transportation is non-existent there. For these reasons, it just simply does not meet the criteria for approval. And I hope that this council will vote against this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Hello, City Council and Mayor. My name is Melissa Townsend. I live on Sticka Circle, which is in the area of Cloverleaf Meadows. I oppose this and just want to point out what was brought up is in order to improve the traffic and the city improvements on Central, we need more growth on the west end. I disagree with that. Central, I mean, we've seen major growth on Grand Avenue. We have 3 schools on Grand Avenue. We have a grocery store now on Grand Avenue. And we still have a bottleneck. We still have 2 lanes. Some improvement was made when Ben Steele was put in. And so there's one area where there's a turning lane, but no improvements have been made on Grand. So to say that doing this will improve and expand the road on Central, I completely disagree with, because we've lived off of Grand for now 15 years. So, and there's no improvement still or widening of the road. And I just want to also point out that this will impact Grand as well, because people won't be able to turn left, just like we can't turn left on Grand at many times of the day. Even now with the new traffic light, it's actually made it worse. So I assume some people will have to turn right and come up to Grand just to be able to get over to Shiloh Road. And that's it. Thanks.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Katie Stanley, and I am at 1150 Bluegrass Drive West in Cloverleaf. I'm actually here. I brought my children earlier, and then I had to run them back home, put them to bed. Been on the phone with them because Dad's bear hunting right now. But I'm actually here advocating for them because this development will specifically affect their lives. I have 2 children currently at Meadowlark, and then a child at Ben Steele, and then a preschooler that will be moving up into Meadowlark next year. The school is packed, and I'm very concerned having this many units come into Meadowlark boundaries, how this is going to affect my children's education and how many kids are going to be in the classes. I'm also concerned about traffic because, I mean, yes, maybe it's going to take a while, but by that time, my children will be potentially driving. So not only am I concerned right now with them biking in the roads, but then now when they get older and then have to get on and off these really busy roads that don't have the infrastructure, I'm concerned that their lives are going to be severely impacted by having so many housing units go in near our neighborhood. And so I'm just here to advocate for them and to say that I oppose this development. Thank you.
Hello. Oh, sorry, did I trigger something? My name's Catherine Boffman. I live at 1030 Bluegrass Drive in the Cloverleaf subdivision. I want to first thank you all for your time. I cannot believe how late this meeting is going, and I'm glad you all are getting paid because, yeah, anyway. And I recognize there's a bunch of us here complaining, and yet none of us want to sign up for your job. So I recognize the irony in all of this. I am a city council meeting. This is my first city council meeting I've ever been to in my life. So I've learned a lot, and I have a question. I'm curious, is there any recourse for what happens if the developer does not stick to the plan that they have proposed? I want to believe the best in people. It's a fault of mine. I want to believe that they're going to stick to their word and say what they're going to do what they say that they're going to do. So if it's approved and planned, you know, right now 300 houses or how many ever, it's so late, my brain numbers are all jumbled. But if it's approved up to 800, what's to say they don't still build 800? I don't know that answer. Again, so I'm curious what that is. Again, I'd like to hope that they will do what they are saying they're going to do, but I'm not naive to what cold hard cash does for all of us. Like Katie, we came with our kids and we sent our kids home at 6:37. I think the fact that elementary school children in our neighborhood have been to city council meetings and zoning meetings speaks to the passion that we feel about this and the things that we are concerned about that have been brought up by multiple people. I would be curious if we took a quick poll, how many people here tonight, just by raise of hands, oppose it versus, conversely as well, the people who are for it. I think we would find the majority are opposed. But what you've got now is people that are invested in our community. My children, now this is a discussion we're having around the dinner table at night about how we can use our voices to speak up and make change in our city. As well as all of these people. We all are invested in the city of Billings. We want to make it better. So use us now to make these things happen and to make these changes positive. I want to make it clear I am not against development. In fact, quite the opposite. I think developing helps revitalize cities. It brings new energy and life into our community. I just do not think this is the right location for this specific development. I am for thoughtful and planned change, and I think with all of our brain power, we could make that happen. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and the world-famous Bill Kennedy. My name is Rocky Erickson. I live at 4624 South Woodhaven Way. My perfect wife, Christy, and I built our house in Aldigger's subdivision over 32 years ago. When we were building our home, I told her, why in the world are we building so far away in the middle of nowhere? Well, we've witnessed a lot of change. I'm all for change. Change is great. But this change is not the answer. I really hope you vote no. Putting small rental homes next to $1 million properties, it's not compatible. It's not the answer. Thank you so much for what you do. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, members of the City Council, and your time spent this evening. I'm Wade Wilde, 840 Paintbrush Place in Cloverleaf Meadows. I won't spend a lot of time because I support many of the reasons why I oppose this proposal for the project. But one thing that I did feel like needed to be pointed out, when I watched in the presentation here, the presentation showed that we have these plans for how traffic is going to be changed and altered and how it can go different directions. But one of the things that happened was stated, well, shortly or soon or sometime in the very near future, when the hospital builds their program, their planned project, that it will bring Broadwater through. I happen to sit right on the corner of that project where that project meets the hospital project. I sat through the meetings and the presentation because I was very concerned about Broadwater coming through. And what is proposed very specifically is a one-lane service road for the hospital system maintenance. That is what is extended off of Broadwater. That is not a proposal for a relief valve for 360 homes or anything. But I watched as there was a lot of people when that was presented. Oh yeah, that could be another solution. I understand that. I am grateful for the changes and the effort that's been made in trying to make this more compatible. I came in here a whole lot more opposed to it than I'm leaving tonight to this concept because I think some serious effort's been made. But I still believe firmly you've got to build the infrastructure first. If you don't build the infrastructure first, we'll always lag behind on this. It will always have been a mistake made tonight. So for these reasons, I oppose that project. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment?
I can't let the opportunity escape. Bill Duke is my name. I'm here with my bride Cheryl and my extended family from Cloverleaf, Sundance, Aldinger. I'm not going to beat you good folks up with all of the things that have been said tonight. Simply said, I oppose the project in its current form. One of the things that I additionally oppose, the latest lot from Performance Engineering shows Broadwater Avenue crossing the canals and traveling eastward on the right-of-way that surrounds Cloverleaf Meadows. That will literally touch my property line with Broadwater Avenue, Dr. Wildy's property to the east of me. Now, to double check that, I asked the county code enforcement officer to come out and take a look at the straight line that Broadwater would make. The code enforcement officer advised me that the structure on that property that's only partially built, they've just got the uprights up. It was going to be a pole barn, but they did not get permission from the county to build it there because the county believes Broadwater Avenue is going to go straight all the way down to Shiloh Road. I think that's the way it should be because I do not want a dogleg in Broadwater Avenue against our two homes. And with that dogleg, and we all know the perceived speeds that are going to come down that road, I don't want anybody driving through my house. So, performance engineering, if you folks, I mean, you'd be great to talk to. Let's get to the bottom of this situation with the county for where the road is really going to go. In addition to that, at your council meeting on 13 April, there was a motion by Councilman Neese and seconded by Councilman Boyette. The abbreviated version is the removal of the 2045 future land map, which would restore predictability for long-established single-family areas.
Thank you, sir.
You can certainly do that. I appreciate your hard work. Thank you for putting up with us tonight, and best of luck.
Thank you. Further comment? Seeing none, we will close this portion of the meeting and move on to a request for a motion on 6A and 6A right now. Mr. Boyette.
Typically, we have a rebuttal from the developer or the engineer. We've always asked that in the past, I thought.
Fine. Sounds good to me. All right.
Mr. Mayor and Council, thank you for the opportunity. I don't have a ton to add that haven't already gone through in our proposal or in our presentation, but I would just like to clarify a few things. First, as it relates to traffic and just to address some of the concerns. So Broadwater Avenue, the reason we do have that shown as curving and going up to the north. Apologies. The reason we have Broadwater Avenue curving and going up to the north is because there is already dedicated public right-of-way on the south side of Cloverleaf. Realistically, into the future, Broadwater Avenue is not going to be extended to the east to connect to Shiloh Avenue, and until it gets that property in between this and Billings Clinic property. So it may not end up curving up to the north like that, but would be contingent upon getting additional right-of-way south of that from the property to the east. As it relates to traffic, as certain council members have voiced, they're concerned with it as well. But I would like to point out that ITE, which is the authority on trip generation, estimates roughly 25% less trips from attached single-family residences versus detached. So what we are proposing is actually a lower trip generating facility or development than single-family homes would be. As far as compatibility goes, I wholeheartedly believe that having a residential use next to a residential use is compatible. It's not comparable having duplexes or townhomes next to single-family homes, but it is compatible. And I think a great example of this is a lot of the neighborhoods being Sundance Subdivision and Cloverleaf Subdivision. There's 1 and 2 acre lots within Cloverleaf Subdivision, and there's lots that are 15,000 square feet within Sundance Subdivision. Even though those are two drastically different lot sizes, which wouldn't be comparable, I believe all of the neighbors would say that they are compatible uses. As was noted previously and is a concern, there's not typically school-age children that live within these developments. Largely based on having 1-bedroom, 1-bath units, 2-bedroom units, it's not by design, but there's typically just not school-aged kids living in these developments that would inundate the school system. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
Mr. Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Tyler, just to clarify Central Avenue, how much of that are you developing out from your east and west side of the property?
Correct. Yeah. So the turn lanes would require us going further west and further east than our development. We haven't gotten into full design of that yet. Obviously, the results of tonight would be kind of kick us off into that, but the turn lanes will extend farther east than the development and further west.
So then the road's only a 2-lane road there now, and to the south, you're not going to be developing that. You know, you're only developing the north half of the road, correct?
Correct. Since both 44 West and Clearwater subdivisions to the south also necessitate left turn lanes, essentially, you know, the road would need to be widened in both directions.
In the future, would the road need to be widened more along between the east and west boundary?
I would say potentially, depending on how the city would want to build that out. I know there's been ongoing discussions, even as far as the city's Rimrock Road project.
And who builds that out at the time it needs to be widened out?
So we would be widening it out for the turn lanes, but typically full road reconstruction projects are conducted by the city.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, I have a follow-up question for Wyeth then.
Go ahead. Wyeth?
Or Karen, maybe either one. Wyeth, in this case where we're annexing property, we can ask for additional consideration to be done on property. My concern is the development of the Central Avenue just on turn lanes. Is that is that something that we can condition to have them, the developer be responsible to build out the full north half of Central when that needs to be done?
Councilmember Neese and Mayor and Council, are you talking about the north half in front of the property?
The north half in front of their property.
And I'd have to defer to both Taylor and potentially our engineering staff, but normally they would be doing that as part of, I mean, they're building these turn lanes, but they would be building the north half
So it will be fully developed out
on that side.
Okay, so it wouldn't have to be widened out in the future?
I would not say that. I don't know whether it would have to happen later, but they would be building it like to the standard on that side based on what's needed with the turn lanes and everything.
Okay, so they're not building it out to the full right of way. They're just building it out to what they need for turn lanes.
I'd have to I'm not sure exactly how the standard is going to be for this piece right now, since we're not building the entire corridor, but potentially engineering could
yeah, if they could answer that question. I'd like to know if we're building out to
I
the
think
full right
Mac
of way.
is still here. He could come up and talk to that a little bit.
In a moment, let us finish our questioning here.
Mayor and Council, Mac Fogelsong, City Engineer. With me today, I wanted to introduce Tyler Westrop. He's our Development Services Engineer, so we're kind of the team tonight. Happy to answer some of the traffic questions, and I'm going to let Tyler take a stab at Councilmember Neese's question. But generally, the rule of thumb is when a property develops, we're going to require their entire frontage to be completed. So in the case of Central, that's the sidewalk along the entire frontage, which would be on the north side of the right of way. And then Tyler's got an exhibit that he's going to go through that we're actually having to work with theoretically this traffic study and then the project that's developing to the south. They're not going to happen by themselves. And so we have a plan for this.
But Mac, I guess the question is going to be when they build out that right of way, the sidewalk, is it going to be to the full right of way, right up to their property borderline? Or are we just keeping it one lane back so that in the future, when Central gets really busy, then the city has to add one more lane?
Yes, that's correct. So currently With this plan, Central Avenue would be constructed to what we call a 3-lane section. So one travel lane in each direction plus a turn lane.
Okay.
And then we actually have some allowances for a future signal at one of these locations that we'll show in a second.
So the city would have to pay to widen the street in the future.
If it was above and beyond a 3-lane, yes.
Okay, that answers my question.
Mr. Kennedy, go ahead.
Back. Most of these subdivisions and a lot of these people that came here and spoke this evening are county subdivisions. I remember on the county commission, we never required them to build out the roads, especially Grand Avenue or any of those roadways. Does the county have, because most of these people using the road are using the road and expecting the city to widen it and to make some improvements. So is the county going to work with these subdivisions about putting some money forward to widen these roads?
I actually don't know the answer to that question, Mr. Kennedy. I would have to ask the county.
I would say probably not, but it's been kind of interesting this evening to listen to a lot of people saying the city will have to do this or make sure we have the money to widen these roads. But these subdivisions that came in, and yes, during my time on the county commission, we put them in, but there was no money allocated to widen those roads. So that might be something that some of these folks may want to talk about the widening of roads, and see if the county commissioners are going to share in trying to widen them. Thank you.
Councilmember Neese, to answer one of your questions about some of the turn lanes, we did put a slide together earlier today. It is just one slide, but one thing that's important for the city when we look at these annexations is not look at it as a black box, but how other city subdivisions relative to that impact each other. And we looked at this subdivision in direct relationship to the city subdivision south of this, Clearwater and 44 West. How do they function together? How do they function with the existing Central Avenue traffic? And so that's where we get in some of the phased improvements. And while I'm going to show some exhibits here of, when this development happens, that activity happens, development is dynamic, and our plans to address Central Avenue is also dynamic. But we'll kind of walk it through here. So that's phase 1 of Clearwater. So on the left hand is a phase of development. On the right hand is a required improvement. So phase 1 of Clearwater came in, no required improvements on Central. Phase 1 of Barber is coming in. They got to do a turn lane, right-bound turn lane into the Barber. Phase 2 of Clearwater and 44 West comes in. They have to add a turn lane. Phase 3 of Clearwater and 44 West comes in. They have to add a turn lane. Phase 2 of Barber comes in. They have to add a turn lane, and a signal. And then lastly, if phase 2 of Clearwater and 44 ever comes in, the improvements on Central have already been constructed. So that's kind of the quick overall timing when we look at the traffic report of how these two subdivisions will impact Central Avenue.
I think that helps show how that's going to be developed out. My concern is it's going to be partially developed, not fully developed, from right of way to right of way, and the city will have to then have some expenses later on to widen that street when it gets really congested. To Councilmember O'Donnell's concern about traffic, having difficulty going through here. My concern is, of course, it'll go from, if we build it out to, say, 5 lanes, then it's going to go right down to 2 lanes once it gets to the county. Is that correct?
So the plan the improvements that are contemplated are what's required based upon the traffic study. If council directs or the traffic studies change and a larger road is needed, the annexation agreement waivers the whole area. And there's nothing that would stop us from doing an SID. But we do believe that the improvements contemplated now serve the developments proposed now.
Okay, so we can widen the road and assess an SID to the entire
that time.
Councilmember Neese, that's correct.
Thank you. That takes care of it. Okay. Ms. Shaw?
I'm going to launch right in here with a motion. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve a resolution conditionally approving annexation 26-03 as recommended by staff.
Do we have a second? Mr. Lindley? Okay.
I would like to speak to the motion as well, if that's allowed.
Okay, Ms. Shaw.
So I know this is going to make a lot of people upset, and I hear you. Been on council long enough that I can tell you this happens frequently when there's change in a neighborhood. It's disruptive. People are trying to figure out how it's going to impact them. Totally get it. I think the developers here have done a really good job in trying to mitigate that as best as they can. Honestly, this is the lowest density really we would possibly allow in the city. I hear people saying we want to leave it in the county. I'm looking at the rights of the property owners who own this property, and they're asking the city to consider this because of the development that they want to do. So that's our job. Part of our job here is sitting as, they're called quasi-judicial issues. So we're sitting as judges, in essence, of trying to look at all of the information. I also want to respond to, I think there was a kind of a bevy of lists of things that I would put under the category of infrastructure first, including roads, schools, parks, new fire department. You're not wrong about any of those things. Like, those are all going to have to be things that are addressed. But the reality is your city, your county, and your school districts are all funded on property taxes. If you want streets built to the standard of city streets, we have to have people paying city property taxes. If we want, to Councilmember Kennedy's point, which I so appreciate, a lot of these roads are county roads, which means that it's up to the county commissioners to fund those to a larger level if they would choose to do that. That is what county property taxes pay for. City property taxes pay for city level streets. I can't advocate for building out and spending millions and millions of dollars extending infrastructure without the promise of some development that's going to pay it back over time. Otherwise, I'm looking at how is that fair to a city of 117,000 people? So that's where I'm coming from. I support this. I hope it moves forward. I think this will be a real benefit to the West End. I also heard the sort of refrain of, there's no rentals out here. To me, that's a problem. We should have diversity of housing options all over the city, not just in some areas. And this is a way to get it.
Ms. Aguirre?
Thank you. Jumping off of what Kendra's message was just now, reflecting diversity. Our community is far more diverse than what is represented in front of us today. And I can count on one hand the number of you who are probably a person of color. That doesn't match the number of people who happen to have a tan in Montana in April. I'm over this conversation because all I am hearing is I have this beautiful property. I can't have these people in rentals in my backyard. That's what I'm hearing, and I'm over that. Our community has a far better representation of community when we can come together and notice that we are all different, we are all neighbors, we all have something to bring to the table. And when you're drawing lines and building walls, you are preventing any future progress on what our community has a capacity to look like. If you're concerned about schools being overfull, that is a concern across the board. It's not just Meadowlark or Ben Steele. Okay, so that doesn't sit with me. If that's a concern for you, vote for your bonds when they come to you on your ballot. Billings is growing. So please stop manufacturing things to be afraid of just because it's unknown. This unknown space can be a welcome change. It has potential. It has capacity to be something beautiful. But going with the status quo is really preventing this community from realizing the potential it has. All I want to say is that you chose to live in the county for your own reasons, and that's wonderful for you. But it also was maybe, based on what you're saying today, was short-sighted in the thought that, you know, this area is going to be open forever and ever, because that's just not the case. This is an infill project. I fully support this project.
Thank you. Mr. Lindley?
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, there was a couple things I wanted to mention. One was there was a comment that I actually agree with regarding development closer in to the city, more infill development. The thing is, like, you could look at the land west of Yegan Golf Course, between there and Shiloh. You know what the problem is? It's not for sale, or it's not for sale at the right price where somebody's going to develop it. And so we have land that sits, and yet we need housing. The reality is that when these things come up, we need to consider them. And I mean, the other thing, one comment I just wanted to address that I heard that snapped my head around was someone who said the difference between somebody living in a duplex or living in a single family home where they have a, quote, real future. I mean, I got to be honest with you, the lack of decorum from some of the people who are here opposing this tonight is disgusting. I support this wholeheartedly, and that's all I have to say.
Mr. Neese, then Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the developer did a really good job, as I mentioned earlier, that of listening to the residents and actually listening to the county residents. This is the city council for the city of Billings, and we're looking at what we can do to develop our city. We have to do what it takes to develop our city. The developers are the ones who build the roads. The county goes out and builds the roads, but they build 2-lane roads, no shoulder, nothing out there. And unless you were a subdivision who said, we want to build our own road out wider there, you're never going to get a wider road unless the state comes around and finally uses state tax dollars to maybe build some of those roads. But the only other way to build roads out to what needs to be done is to developers like this to build the land on both sides of the roadway. And so for us to look at what we as a city have to do, we need to get some of these lands filled in. And this is a great opportunity to do what the developer has done to try to mitigate as much as possible, putting the lowest density in around the surrounding properties, and then allowing these roads to be built out. And in the future, when they need to be developed, the city is not going to have to pay for that. That's going to be the developers on either side of the road. Unfortunately, the county, the complaints I heard tonight were all about Grand or Central Avenue being too narrow, or maybe even some of the Grand being not wide enough, or other streets. These are all county roads that you need to talk to your county commissioners about. And I would love to see you pack the county commissioners' offices like you have here, and asking them to build out their roads so that they actually match some of the city roads, because the city knows how to build roads very well. And so I look forward to this development going in. There's not everything perfect about it, but I think there is a great need for this type of housing in our community. The single family, there is a lot of good opportunities for low cost housing, $1,200 a month for housing. I know a lot of people will be looking for that type of housing. So I think this fills a really good need within our community. So the sooner they can get this built, I think the better for our community.
Thank you, Mr. Neese. Mr. Kennedy?
Yes, I was opposed to this when it came to us the first time. And I had asked for a lot of things, and I talked to people in Cloverleaf, and I've talked to other folks around there. The one thing I was opposed to was an access into Cloverleaf. That's not in existence now. There will be a no access. So there will not be anybody going through that subdivision. I also asked, because I heard loud and clear when we had the first hearing, that we didn't want the densities butting right up against Cloverleaf subdivision. And so what the developer did was come down on both sides with an N3 single or duplex, and on the top. We also asked them that, and I heard loud and clear from a lot of you, that if we're going to start this process, start it at the south. So they have started it at the south. We will not be up to, what did they tell me, 10 to 12 years for Broadwater Avenue to even be built. And then we have the upper section, which is denser, or I'm sorry, which is less dense in that area. They listened to us and they've made those changes. We also talked about Central Avenue coming in and out because people to the north did not want folks to come through that subdivision. And so either Broadwater goes over to 48th and we start dispersing traffic there in the future, or all the traffic is coming down to Central. And I get it. Every time there's a subdivision, you're coming out on Central Avenue. But the one thing the developer was told is you've got to have turn lanes and you've got to widen the road there on Central Avenue. Not the whole thing on Central, but in front of that subdivision. Because the city's making them do it because it will be a city project. And so, you know, as I look at it, and I went from the first time and then they withdrew to this time, I really have to say that they really listened to us and they really made a lot of changes. Are you going to stop development? No, not in the future. A lot of you will never be affected for 6, 8, maybe even up to 10 years. So, you know, I'm going to support this because I went back and I asked that these different changes be made after the first time we had the hearing. Now I'm hearing people say, no, that's not really what we wanted. We just don't want it all together. And that's really difficult. I mean, it's like we have to split the baby up here. We have to be fair. We have to look at the rules. And I have to tell you, they did listen to us and made those changes. If those changes wouldn't have come around, I would be voting it down this evening. They've changed it. They've made it so it was more compatible. But the whole thing on it is it's not affecting the subdivision to the north, and it's a matter of years before it comes. So I'm going to vote yes on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. O'Donnell.
Thank you. I agree with almost entirely of what Councilman Kennedy has just said. However, I'm intrigued by what Councilwoman Shaw said earlier about building the infrastructure and then paying for it later, finding somebody to pay for it later. I'm convinced that if we build it, they will come. That along that part of Central, it's been said that the money will come from the development to widen that road. So we have areas that are not developed where there is going to be 2 lanes, then it's going to be 3 lanes, then it can be 2, then it can be 3 again. You know, that is just ridiculous. That is absurd. It is dangerous to be doing that. It doesn't make any sense. The only solution that I can see is that when the developer was saying that they chose that area because the sewer line is there, the water line is there. That's right. That infrastructure is there. The infrastructure that has to do with safety on the roads is simply not there at this point. And it seems to me that it would be causing problems, inviting problems, safety problems, as well as ingress and egress transiting that road if we approve this project or any other project. As I said, I'm in favor of a moratorium basically on all developments west of town until the infrastructure is complete. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell. Mr. Nicholson?
Yeah, Billings is short of housing, and right now a household with a median income can't buy a home of median price. This is going to be housing for people who earn paychecks. It'll be electricians, plumbers, auto mechanics, teachers, nurses, people we need. And I live in a neighborhood like that. I'm proud to live in a neighborhood like that. Neighborhood I live in has a great diversity and wealth. And I like it. It's not bad. I support this.
Thank you. Any other comment prior to our vote? All right, remember folks, this has been a valid protest to this. It requires a 2/3 majority of the voting group. Since there are 10 of us voting, my math puts that at 7.
Mayor,
Yes,
I believe this is the motion for the annexation, not the zone change.
Then
Did I hear it correctly? Okay, so
Yeah.
the protest applies to the zone change, not the annexation.
my apologies. Thanks. I will get this right, probably in 3.5 years, but I will get it right. So simple majority, we're voting on item 6A, the resolution approving annexation 2603. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Mr. O'Donnell? 9-1 with Mr. Aspenleiter recusing himself. We move then to 6B, resolution for zone change. This is the one that the 2/3 majority is required on. And we have a motion.
Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve a resolution for zone change 1078 and adopt the findings of the 10 review criteria as recommended by the Zoning Commission.
Thank you. Ms. Aguirre, seconds. Any comment regarding the motion or discussion? So we'll move to a vote. This is the one that will require 7 votes to pass. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any in opposition? 1 opposition. Mr. O'Donnell. All right, we move to item 6C, the annexation agreement with Donna Barber Schneider, Diane Brown, and Karen Barber. Staff recommends approval. Sorry, Ms. Bowman, I took your job there for a second. I'm just pulling up my paperwork. Do we have any presentation on this one? Nope. Well, I would entertain a motion. Mr. Boyette?
I move to approve the annexation agreement with the Donna Barber Schwinder and Diana Brown and Karen Barber as recommended by staff.
Mr. O'Donnell seconds. Any discussion regarding the motion? And then we'll move to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? That was a 10-0 vote. Unanimous. 6D, public hearing and first reading ordinance expanding the boundaries of Ward 5 to include recently annexed property in annexation 2603, a parcel of land generally located north of Central Avenue, south of Broadwater Avenue, and west of 44th Street West. Staff recommends approval. We need to have a. We need to have a.
Having conducted a
Hold on, Mr. Nicholson. We need to have a public hearing on this. So do we have a presenter? Okay, I'll open
yes, there is no presentation on these ward
Thank you.
boundary changes.
I'm going to open up the public hearing for comment on item 6D, expanding the boundaries. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, I will close the public comment and open the floor for motions. Mr. Kennedy, it's your turn. Kennedy,
Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the first reading ordinance expanding the boundaries of Ward 5 as recommended by staff.
thank you. Do we have a second? Mr. O'Donnell? Do we have any discussion regarding the motion? Seeing none, I'll ask for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. That is unanimous.
Break?
Yeah, I was going to ask, it's been since 8:20 on our last break. It's now 11. Are we okay for 10 or 12 minutes? 12 minutes it is. We'll see you guys back at 11. All right, folks, 1 minute. $11:11. Longest minute on earth. $11:11, folks. We're back in session. Bowman, would you please read number 7?
Joint public hearing for annexation 2604 and zone change 1080, Larson Family Properties LLC. Resolution approving annexation 2604, a parcel of land generally located west of the roundabout of Shiloh Road and Zoo Drive. Staff recommends conditional approval. And then resolution for zone change 1080, same property description. Zoning Commission recommends approval and adoption of the 10 review criteria.
Thank you.
I'm back in the game, baby.
You know, we missed you while you were gone.
For 3 hours.
It's late. We're loopy.
It is. This is for
That was a joke.
Annexation of zone change. For those of you who don't know me, because I never come to city council, I'm Dave Green, and they just generally keep me in the crypt. And they dug me out for this application. So, annexation, the property that is just like was read, just west of the roundabout of the zoo in Shiloh. It's currently being used as farmland. There's development to the north of it, and to the south of it is the city zoo. So there is these applications are interconnected. The annexation policy guides annexation. The zone change, they're asking to change from ag and rural residential 1 and neighborhood mixed use to corridor mixed use 1, mixed residential 1, first neighborhood residential and 1, and park space 1P1. And they are in ward number 5. There's just a brief overview of the different zonings on the left-hand side, or my left-hand side anyway. A just kind of gives you a rundown. That's what's being proposed. A, RR1 and NMU is what is currently out there. Ag land, RR1 allows 1 to 3 acre parcels, and NMU is a mixed neighborhood, ground floor residential above high, and then highly walkable areas. CMU1, neighborhood services, businesses, more not real car oriented, but more walkable. Also higher density 1 to up to 9 dwelling units. NX1, 3 to 4 units, intended to be more similar to N1, which is our smallest, highest density, and N1 is single family or duplexes. And then P1, parks. So here's the property that we're talking about and the existing zoning. There's the ag zoning, the RR1, and NMU. And let me go to the next slide to give you a little bit better view of what's happening. The dark outline shows you what is being annexed and what the zone change entails. The property that is to the farthest west, RR1 and P2, and there's RR1. Those actually, there are some county homes back there. They live at the end of Summer Lane. Summer Lane currently comes off of Shiloh Road. They're proposing the CMU one out near Shiloh Road, and then that can go back in, have their commercial out on Shiloh, work their way back towards west, start doing housing, get into the housing more with NX1, and then the N1 being single family or duplexes is more in line with what's next to them, which is the RR1, the residential zoning in the county. Another point that we'd like to point out to you is Costco is across the street from this proposed development.
And since Costco has gone in, traffic has changed quite a bit on Shiloh. So it's made it difficult for the neighbors that live on Summer Lane, the people that live there, to actually get out on the road because they're also at the end of the curve. And so with this subdivision, the developer and the neighbors have talked to each other, and they have made it, the developer will be taking Summer Lane and it will turn up into the subdivision and take them out to the roundabout so that they can get out of the roundabout. Won't have to deal with blind corners, and they'll be able to move their mailboxes somewhere internally to this subdivision so that they'll have their mailbox delivery as well. So they are talking with the neighbors, which is great. The neighbors have been very open to that. P1 along the back, there's a BBWA canal, and it also matches the property to the north of them, which also provided a P1 for a possible future trail there along the BBWA. And then everything across Shiloh is heavy commercial. One other thing I'd like to point out, they are looking at doing a second access out of south of Zoo Drive. Anything south of Zoo Drive is a state road. Anything north of that Zoo and Shiloh roundabout is the city's. So the roundabout is the boundary for north is city, south is the state. So they will be dealing with the state if they want another way out, which would most likely be a right in, right out. And as was with the previous presentation quite a while ago, this was a snowy day that we went out and posted this one. So you can see the development that's happening to the north. And this is looking across the subject property, although it all looks white. So then I went to Google Earth so that we could see maybe something. This is looking towards the roundabout of Zoo and Shiloh, subject property on the left-hand side. And then this is looking from the roundabout down south, and you can see the road curves there. There's that Meadowlark Brewery on the left-hand side down there as well. Pierce Parkway. And then there's also the entrance to Zoo Drive. So there's kind of a combination of three things going on there. Pierce Parkway, entry to the zoo, and the lane everybody's trying to come out on, Summerhill Lane, everybody's trying to come out on, they're all there together. And so by moving this so they can get to the roundabout, this is going to make it safer for the people that live back there. It'll take them away from what's happening at Pierce and at the zoo, bring them up to a roundabout where they can get out and go any direction they would like to go. So this did go to the zoning commission. This is just looking across the property. You can see there's already the trail there in place, which is good, takes you to the zoo. There's also a bus stop at Pierce Parkway and Shiloh Road, so they do have Met access at this point, at this time, fairly close. And that's the property again. Looking to the northwest. And they do meet the annexations, policies and criteria. They are within the appropriate zoning limit annexation map. They are in Area 1. The city must provide adequate city services. City services exist in the street already with Shiloh Road there. Proposed public improvements area annexed must meet city standards. They already have been installed, so they will be building to city standards once they get inside the property and start developing. Owners will sign their waiver of right to protest with a subdivision or special improvement district to create those. Residential property owners have within the area must join an existing park maintenance district. There are no parks in that area, so this will be the first time they have a public park in this area, so they will be creating their own RSID, and then if anyone should develop in the future, then they could probably become part of that existing park maintenance district. Development with areas annexed must meet average density. They are providing the density diversity, like I talked about. It'll go from dense to fairly, to a little bit less dense to one single family or duplexes. And it does conform to the goals and things adopted by the city. There's a zoning criteria that it has to meet, and they do meet those requirements. Recommendation to hold a public hearing, act on the annexation, and staff is recommending approval, conditional approval based on an annexation agreement, which was also part of this. And then the zoning commission is recommending approval of the zone change. And I'll just put the picture up there again. That's what it currently looks like. You can see costs go off to the east there. Development to the top. Northwest of them is the new city's water facility plant that will be open over there. And of course, south of them will be the zoo. And then this is what they're proposing with zoning, and it also gives you the boundaries, kind of showing you where the annexation would take place. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have about this, and the applicant agent is here also.
Thank you, Mr. Green. We'd like to hear from the other parties here to speak. We got to do something.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is John Halverson. I'm here, agent of the applicant. Can I get a zone change? Just going to be so fast tonight. Thank you. Yes, we're going to skip through this. We are at a city council hearing. There we are down there at the intersection of Zoo and Shiloh. Look at all those principal arterials that we're on. There's so much vehicular access. Traffic will not be an issue. We are in the zone 1 for annexation. We are, since 2001, this area has been contemplated as, you can see all that red, that is a very, that was contemplated as a, regional node. That interstate access there created a ton of value for that land in there, and it makes a ton of sense for recouping that investment to develop at a high intensity. So you can see that node there in that heavy commercial there to our east. Skip it. Keep skipping. Yep. There it is. Okay, and the zoning plan, as you can see there, is basically just designed to create a transition from that arterial of Shiloh, stepping gradually down toward the back there, toward that RR1. We did have those neighbors come to our neighborhood meeting that we held. It was a really nice meeting. They said, won't you please give us access to the roundabout? And we said, well, we really wanted to give you access to the roundabout. And so that was a great little, they just want to get their mailboxes off of Shiloh because that's been an issue to them. So we're going to vacate some of Summer Lane. They're very happy to do that and to get that better access onto Shiloh. CMU1 is, obviously you can see, is the kind of majority share of the land use there. That we anticipate on the corridor being more commercial. And as you know, CMU1, because of new statute, does allow multifamily. So we anticipate that as we move back in there, it will transition from that kind of like bigger box into smaller scale retail, into multifamily residences, into that Annex 1, stepping gradually down and down and down into more compatible scales till we get into that N1. And there's a park in there as well. And there's that park we designed on a similar scale as the park in Josephine Crossing that you can see there. So you can see that light green little kind of triangular wedge in there. That's P1. That's about the same scale as that park there, and that will be maintained by the HOA. This is kind of what's allowed in that N1. That's the look and feel, the scale of what's allowed there. The same uses are allowed in NX1. NX1 also allows these kind of larger scale townhouses and groupings up to 4, or like they have in Anafeld, these large, they look like large homes, but they are in fact fourplexes. And then as we get out toward the corridor, this is the kind of development that could be seen there. Everything from a Shiloh Commons, where you have 3 stories of residential over 1 story of commercial, all the way down in commercial scales that are permittable, allowable in this zone, to the kind of black dog at Harper Madison there in that scale, over to the multifamily uses that could be hosted in that pink area. But again, that is all grouped toward the principal arterial of Shiloh. CMU1 has some special rules that we will follow. That's all your time I'll take, and I'll answer your questions.
Before we get to questions, is anybody else to present? All right, great. I think I saw Mr. Neese first.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you explain how you're connecting to the development north of you? And then also, are you completely removing the connection of Summer Lane to Shiloh Road?
So on your first question there, the connection to the north, because they developed before us, they basically set those where they wanted those roads to be, and we aligned our roadways to them. It's kind of faint on this exhibit, but you can see where Zoo Drives comes in. It kind of has to jog down, and we've made things align there. So there's 2 accesses toward the north, toward that's another Kunkel development up there. And then Summer Lane will remain in place. That it's an easement. It will remain basically to our easternmost interior roadway in there. And you can kind of see it on this exhibit, but it will then turn north from that point. So they'll have that access. Basically, as we phase development, they will continue to have access. And then as the residential areas build out toward the west, they can then access either through Summer Lane or through the future development.
Okay, so just a quick follow-up. So these 2 properties, are one's being developed and now yours, pretty complementary to each other as far as
the one to the north.
Yeah, the new one to the north.
Yes, and the code also does include, the zoning code does include a landscape buffer that the CMU1 will be required to provide between that and the N2 toward the north.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, Mr. Boyette?
Thank you, Mayor. I mean, just without seeing into the detail, it appears that there's the one access is going to be the roundabout. Is that correct?
So there's the access at the roundabout, and then there is an access approximately 660 feet south of that as required by MDT, and that will be a right in, right out.
Okay. I mean, I've lived in subdivisions where there's one access and they're terrible. You know, I mean, there's no other way to get the majority of the people are going to go on the roundabout. Is that capable of handling 2 different subdivisions plus Costco and everybody else? That's going to be a big problem, I think.
Right. The traffic studies that we've completed to date do indicate that there is enough capacity and will, of course, contribute to any improvements that are required.
Mr. Neese?
Did the zoo give any input into how CMU1 may impact their facility at all?
They did not. Earlier, before their CEO, I forget his name, but he was there, and he was working with us, and we had a concept where we had developed a street that arced down through this property to the zoo access and had another roundabout there. But the MDT was not going to help in any way to fund that, and so that kind of...
Okay, so they don't seem concerned at all. And it does look like the parking lot's mainly where the CMU1 is anyway, so
right.
I think it shouldn't conflict, but hate to have a large, or a loud bar or something there that would then
Sure.
disrupt the, whatever the animals and stuff like that are sleeping at night in the winter.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Any other questions for our presenters? All right, seeing none, we will open a public hearing for the resolution approving annexation and a resolution for zone change. Is there any public comment? Any public comment? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Mr. Aspenleiter.
Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve resolution conditionally approving annexation 26-04 as recommended by staff.
Second.
Mr. Neese seconds. Any discussion regarding the motion? Seeing none, I will open it up for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. We move on to B, resolution for the zone change. Mr. Boyette?
I'd like to make a motion, having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken testimony, move to approve the resolution for zone change 1080 and adopt the findings of the 10 review criteria as recommended by the zoning commission.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell. Thank you. Is there any discussion regarding the motion? And we'll call for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That's unanimous, 11. 7C. Want to read that for us, please?
Annexation agreement with Larson Family Properties, LLC. Staff recommends approval.
Anybody want to say anything regarding this? Thank you. Mr. Aspenleiter?
I move to approve an annexation agreement with the Larson Family Properties LLC as recommended by staff.
Mr. Kennedy? Is there any discussion regarding this motion? I just see a yawn there. Nice. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? That's unanimous. And then finally, 7D.
Public hearing and first reading ordinance expanding the boundaries of Ward 5 to include recently annexed property in annexation 2604, parcel generally located west of the roundabout of Shiloh Road and Sioux Drive. Staff recommends approval.
That's great. Shall we open the public hearing to this? Is there any comment regarding item 7D? None. We'll close the public hearing and ask for a motion. Mr. Boyette?
Thank you, Mayor. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the first reading ordinance expanding the boundaries of Ward 5 as recommended by staff.
Mr. O'Donnell seconds. Is there any discussion regarding this motion?
Good idea.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other discussion, let's vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? 11-0. All right, item number 8.
Tax increment financing assistance from the East Billings Urban Renewal District, eBird, to Skyview Residences, LLLP, and Neighborhood Works, Montana, to build the Skyview apartment complex up to maximum reimbursement of $1 million as recommended by the East Billings Urban Renewal District Advisory Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Aspenleiter.
So I got to go back in the penalty box one last time for the night. So I will be recusing myself from this vote as we did some of the site design work for this applicant.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. I am Heather here from the Bird to present to you Skyview residents. Short presentation tonight. This is brought to you by the same GL development who did Jackson and Mitchell Court on the south side. So this is an 18-unit workforce housing. It will combine multiple parcels and tear down 4 blighted buildings to make way for 1- and 2-bedroom apartments. They are financed through a layered funding approach that includes low-income housing tax credits, coal trust fund loan, and private investments. The development, as I said, replaces 4 buildings. 2 of them have got to be condemned. They're a little scary inside there. And then to ensure the project remains financially viable and compliant with tax credit requirements, TIF funds will be structured through a partnership with NeighborWorks and reimbursed through them. So that DA agreement will be both through Skyview Developments and NeighborWorks. So as far as master plan and urban renewal plan alignment, removes blighted structures, eliminates environmental hazards, redevelops underutilized properties, uses TIF hopefully for eligible site infrastructure improvements, advances core goal of blight removal and reinvestment in the area, adds needed workforce housing, supports mixed-use active district, places housing near jobs and services, activates land with long-term use, as well as raising the taxable value of that land, and strengthens a more connected, livable environment. The bottom line is it removes blight, adds housing, and moves the district forward. This is going to be the financials. So this ask is $1 million structured over 2 years. The first year being fiscal year 28, a reimbursement of $750,000. That second year would be $250,000. This project is slated to start as soon as we leave here almost today, and be finished next July. And payback we've also requested the inclusion of the land in this. This is having to remove 4 properties. And so we'd like that to be included. That did go through our advisory committee as well, and that was their recommendation. I also have attached here our budget, so you can see where that aligns, where that payout is going to be at, and that is it. Thank you. Questions?
Hold on just a second. Is there anybody else with you that wants to talk?
I do have Jean Lure here with me as well, who is prepared to answer the questions I don't know.
Would you like to present to us before we ask questions?
No, he's just here to help answer the questions.
All right,
If there's
thank you.
something
Okay, Mr. Kennedy, you're on.
Okay, I'm just crunching numbers.
Mhm.
If this project is 18 units and it's $7.7 million, $7.7 million, that comes up to about $427,778 a unit. That's quite high for affordable housing.
I'll have Jean with that one.
Whichever one.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Kennedy,
Could you speak a little more, speak into the microphone a little closer there?
Okay.
Thank
Is
you.
that better?
Yeah.
Thank you for considering the request tonight. My math on the all-in price of it is about $390,000 a unit. Haven't done the division recently. The Montana, and that is expensive. There's no denying it. Part of it's the non-construction soft costs, some of its costs that come along with the tax credit finance and mechanism. The reality of that is whether it's 18 units or 80 units, that soft cost doesn't move a whole heck of a lot. Whether it's the engineering fees, the architect's plans, the permits might go up some.
What is the price going to be to lease out one of these units?
I'm sorry, I missed that, Mr.
What
Kennedy.
is the cost per unit, per month, per unit?
So one bedroom is slated to be $485 below market value. A two bedroom is $826 below. So if you
what is the
take
total?
that, there's not, but hearing when they were speaking earlier, I would say that your one bedroom would probably come in around $900 a month. If they were saying Happy Homes are leasing for around $1,200.
There's a range. The one bedroom, the low end of it will be $827, and that'll go to $1,200 a month. On a two bedroom, the low end of it is $769 a month, and the high end will go to $1,423, depending on the income level that the unit's assigned and the folks that rent, the income of the folks that rent those units. So it's a combination of rents that go between 40% of median income up to 80% of median income, and that's the reason for the range in rents.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Boyette?
Historically, we've found that properties that have on-site management do better than properties that don't. Can you talk about yours? Will there be any on-site management to maintain the quality of this?
We won't have on-site, we won't have a property manager per se at that site. We've got a property manager and staff for the Mitchell Court and Jackson Court apartments, and they will manage this one as well. Kind of the lead staff person for Infinity Management Company lives at Mitchell Court on South Jackson, but we won't have a separate office here per se.
Mr. O'Donnell?
Thank you. I'm really happy that question was asked, because on Saturday, I went down and looked at the two properties, Jackson and Mitchell Court. And Jackson Court, the people there, the yards are full of weeds. Nobody is maintaining that. So your property management company is doing nothing there. It's turning into a little ghetto. And I'm concerned about that. So now that you mentioned the same property management company would have been managing this, I would expect the same outcome.
The management company we've engaged is new effective January 1. My belief is that they will do a good job of the management. They've done a good job of the lease up. And Mitchell Court, which was not previously leased, does look a little better than Jackson Court. My belief and hope is they'll get them both up to the same standards.
I agree, Mr. Mayor. Mitchell is better. It's a multifamily buildings, so it's much easier to maintain. But the individual units, and if you go across the street on Jackson, the townhomes, I guess, they're all different colors, different doors, different architecture. I'm sure they were meant originally to be an upgrade to the area, to have home ownership. However, because they've been so poorly maintained that it's an area that I wouldn't walk in at night. It's scary down there. And it looks like Jackson Court is following the exact pattern on the other side of the street. I'm not pleased with that.
Okay, we will do better with that.
Mr. Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I am concerned about the high cost per unit, $505 a square foot to develop this property. It just seems just so high. Is there anything that can bring that cost down?
I think the cost of that, the construction cost of the square footage or square foot, let me get this right. The construction cost per unit is at about $255,000. The other costs get it to the 7.17. I don't think, I can't look you in the eye and tell you we can do it for much cheaper than that. What I will tell you is the Board of Housing sets a cap because they are concerned as well about the cost. And they look at, all the projects that are proposed, developed, and completed in the state at each of those stages. And given the financing requirements, that's what the costs are.
So it sounds to me like because you're looking at affordable housing, following this whatever program it may be, it's adding $200 a square foot to do it. It doesn't make sense to me to build something that costs that much more. I do have another question about the design itself. It appears to me that this entire design goes against SEPTED principles. Everything is internal. Nothing is eyes on the street. All the windows and stuff, it's all fenced around, and everyone has to be coming into the interior of the property. And when these properties, as Councilmember O'Donnell mentioned, start to deteriorate or start to, I guess you used the term ghetto, but I would say start having difficult residents in there, those areas become, I don't know, I've seen them. They don't sit well with other residents being in there. I've seen them in other cities when they're inbound like that. I'm not even sure I think this is a good idea to even approve just because of that, having all of those properties internally facing like that with no eyes on the street. I mean, the whole idea of SEPTED is to have eyes on the street. People's cars driving by, you can see what's going on. It just helps the public stay aware and stay safe. This just hides everything away from the public. Is there any concept that you have thought about that would change that?
We thought that inward-facing courtyard would be an advantage. I understand your concern. At this point, the plans are drawn and submitted to the city, so it would be late to, I think, conceptually change that.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Aguirre.
Thank you. Excuse me. I applaud this effort. I am extremely excited to see opportunity for our lower income families to have a nice space to exist and to live and to sleep and just, celebrate life. I love the idea of the courtyard because for the foreseeable future, that'll be the brightest, greenest space for these residents rather than looking at hardly used streets or properties. I think this concept is exceptional and it has my full support.
Mr. Lindley.
There we go. Sorry. The mic's tired as well. Quick question, and this might be for Wyeth potentially. When it comes to the zoning where that's going to be built, is there any restriction on the zoning that's causing that design that was just talked about with Councilmember Neese, in terms of facing inward or facing the street? Is there any restriction?
Councilmember Lindley and Mayor and Council, I would say, I guess not really. The way the zoning is set up is the buildings are supposed to be out to the street. So, and then there's windows and doors and such, which you can see they've got windows in this area and then a few entrances. But so there's the issue, I guess, of having the buildings moved out. So you've created that space along the street frontages, and then whatever, parking, or in this case, a courtyard is internal. But I guess it's more of like there's windows and things that are looking out on the street. So that's part of what we're trying to do with getting the buildings out instead of a big open parking lot or something out in front.
Yeah, I guess what I meant was, does the current restrictions from that perspective, would it allow for the building to be pushed back and create space along the street, or?
Councilmember Lindley, Mayor Council, there's a little bit of room there. There's build to zone and there's some setbacks. So I don't know exactly with this project how close they moved up versus back. There's a little bit of room there, but not a huge amount of space. But I'd have to look up the what that range is.
Okay, thanks. Mayor, can I do one quick follow-up comment?
Please do.
Yeah, I would say, looking at this, I can understand the concerns with the cost for sure. It does seem high. Although, when I look at the pictures of the three, I think it's three, perhaps it's more, homes that are there right now, which is, the definition of blight, in my opinion. I think this is a much better, I would rather have this there than anything else. I think, the success of the other two projects is very good. So I support this, even with the concerns.
Ms. Shaw.
This doesn't require a public hearing, so I'm going to go ahead and make a motion if that's in order.
I excuse me. I think Mr. Pittman has a question, and then I do, and then we'll come back to you for the motion.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and Council. You give us two options here: a project with land included and project without land included. Does that make a substantial difference in whether this project moves forward or not?
Yes.
Good answer. So, is that the difference between a 7-to-1 and a 5-to-1 private to public match?
It's the difference between everything being touched by prevailing wages and not. So with the land, it cuts the project price down by quite a bit when they're already coming in tight. To your question, Councilmember Lindley, there are extra requirements to building in the eBird. So we have city code, but then we also have other things. So in order to build in the eBird, you have to meet those 5 points of sustainability. That means you're putting more expensive roofing materials on. It means you're putting more expensive siding on. It means you're putting more expensive windows on. So a lot of the design choices that you see in this project and others that happen in the eBird are the result of some of those things happening. So to your question, Mr. Pittman, with the land being included, yes, it is that would be the large but for this project.
Yeah, being able to structure the land costs this way helps the financing a lot. My blunt yes answer may have been, one of my problems is I don't hear very well, and I apologize for that. But if the question was specific to the land, I think we could move that. It would be more expensive for the project overall, but having the ability to really assign the cost of the land after the project's done to being paid with TIF money has some advantages throughout the financing that adds to the efficient use of the money. It's maybe how I could say it without a couple hours of accounting time.
All right. Excuse me. Thank you for that. Ms. Shaw, you're on.
All right. I'm a big fan of prevailing wages, so I like to hear that. I move to conditionally approve tax increment financing assistance from the eBird Tax Increment Finance District funds to Skyview Residences, LLLP, and NeighborWorks Montana to build the Skyview apartment complex up to a maximum reimbursement of $1 million as recommended by the East Billings Urban Renewal District Advisory Committee.
Do we have a second?
And the only thing I'll say in comment to what we've heard is that if the properties are not being maintained well at Mitchell and Jackson Court, which I haven't been out to see them, get code enforcement involved. That's exactly what they're there for.
Thank you. Dr. Nicholson seconded. So is there any discussion regarding the motion? Mr. Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I can't support this motion. The price of to invest in this kind of property, I think there's a need for this type of housing, but the cost per unit is just too high. And I don't think it's a wise decision to make to throw this kind of money after this type of project that would only give 18 houses. I'd rather see this money be utilized in same kind of some housing, but maybe outside of this, whatever is causing this high cost. I can't believe eBird's adding $2 or $200 a square foot to the cost just by the building design. I would recommend this be approved for the maybe $540,000, which would exclude the land price. At least we as the city and TIF has not put that much money into it. I think they need to figure out a way to shave the cost of some of these. Some of the land's already in the Skyview name now, so they've already bought some of this land. And so I guess I'll make a motion to amend the motion to approve this with a TIF fund of $540,000.
Is there a second to the amendment? Hearing none, the amended motion fails, and we go back to the original motion. Any other discussion to the original motion? Mr. Boyette?
There's units on their houses you're going to be tearing down, is that correct? Can you tell us how much that value is to demolish those and move them off that property to make it ready to build? Is there any numbers at all?
You know, I don't have an estimate from that yet on the general contractor. I know the asbestos, the environmental studies and the asbestos remediation and the asbestos testing that has to be done after the asbestos remediation's done before we can haul them away and get them to an acceptable landfill. You know, I'd guess somewhere in the $80,000-$90,000 range, and that's assuming we can get a pretty good sized landscape contractor in there with some big equipment to knock them down quick.
Thank you.
Mr. O'Donnell?
Thank you. Yeah, I think the houses there are pretty well described as shacks. I mean, they're really, I'm surprised that they're still standing after the windstorms that we've had recently. Interesting, if so you control the property. I see the fences all around the property. Is that?
Yes, we've purchased the property.
Oh, you own the property now?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I will not be supporting the item again because of the exorbitant cost of the whole thing. I think it's an unwise use of tax money, as Councilmember Boyette has talked about, is that we need to always consider we're dealing with other people's money. Thank you.
Mr. Lindley?
Just a point of order. At this point, should we just be discussing with each other and not asking questions?
Good point. Any other questions discussion regarding the motion? Right. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm going to call for a vote then. All in favor of Councilperson Shaw's motion, please indicate. Now, we have only 10 votes tonight because Mr. Aspenleiter is on the sidelines again. So of the 10 of us, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
That would be Mr. O'Donnell and Mr. Neese in opposition. The motion passes. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time and your patience sitting in those beautiful blue and brown chairs.
Thank you.
That moves
folks,
us on to
for-
public comment and non-agenda items. If there's any public comment, come up, tell us who you are, and take your 3 minutes.
Good evening. Good Lord. Good Lord. Yeah. Okay. That is hot. Good evening. My name is Jennifer Strong, 411 Glen Drive, Ward 3. I wasn't with you all night. I was watching from home, so that was delightful. Buildings for $1. It's great. I love what the art house, well, kind of love what the art house does. Good stuff. But buildings for $1. And then we're giving $1 million to a project in reimbursement. We're trying to sell off city land to make up for shortfalls. What are you guys doing? What in the world? I pay taxes. My husband works really hard to pay our taxes to the city. Make it make sense, guys. Make it make sense. It doesn't. I want housing for low-income families, but 18 homes, $1 million, that's ridiculous. It's too much. Do better. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, we'll close that period, part of our meeting tonight, and we'll move to council initiatives. I see no council initiatives. So at 12:02 a.m., we are adjourned.